Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, there is intended to be 3 statements today. The Minister of Science and Technology, the Minister of Tourism, and it is expected that the Prime Minister will also make a statement. Madam Speaker, I would crave your indulgence to commence that process as the Minister responsible for tourism. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to impact the tourism industry, both locally and nationally, and globally. But as with any crisis, we are looking for the opportunities instead of focusing on the setbacks. The tourism industry is still hurting. Yes, copies. Yeah, man. Send all the copies. Yeah, we have copies, adequate. Yes. The preliminary figures, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we'll start from the top because there was a slight interruption there. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to impact the tourism industry, both globally and nationally. But as with any crisis, we're looking for the opportunities instead of focusing on the setbacks. The tourism industry is still hurting. Yet, we are seeing positive signs of buoyancy as we rebuild our tourism economy despite the coronavirus. Preliminary figures from the Jamaica Tourist Board indicate that since our June 15 reopening to December 14, some 317,701 passengers arrived in the island, while the sector earned over $450 million. We are cautiously optimistic that we will see a 40% increase in arrivals over the winter season when compared to the preceding period of the massive downturn. This, Madam Speaker, augurs well for the 70% of our furloughed tourism workers who are still off the job. As a sector, we have been working together tirelessly from the onset of the pandemic to minimize its impact here in Jamaica and to safeguard our vital tourism sector. I'm pleased to say that this united effort is paying off as we take bold and decisive steps to safeguard tourism workers, visitors, and residents alike. I am confident that the tourism sector will rebound, as it has done many times before. I will remind you that tourism has been the most resilient sector of the national economy over the past 30 years, having expanded by 36% against the total cumulative economic growth of 10%. Our leading-edge COVID-19 tourism recovery program, Madam Speaker, has allowed for the seamless and safe reopening of our borders. Destination resilience has been the counterpiece of the recovery plan for the sector, with an emphasis on development and enforcement of rigid health and safety protocols. From as far back as March, and indeed, Madam Speaker, we could go even further back to January, we saw the prospect of this downturn. And even though we did not predict to the nth degree the pandemic, I think it is fair to say that Jamaica has had that sense that tourism is a highly vulnerable industry to shocks, exogenous and endogenous shocks, and that we also are susceptible to global disruptions, of various types, including pandemics and epidemics. The result of which, that foresight led us to establish the first ever, and today, the Global Center for Tourism Resilience, that is now at the University of the West Indies in Kingston, Jamaica, and presents the reference point for many countries across the world to look at how to track, trace, mitigate, manage, indeed to recover from, and to thrive after global disruptions. So we announced from then measures to be adopted by all tourism entities to minimize the spread of the virus. These measures, Madam Speaker, had three main components: developing the required infrastructure, providing support for the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and educating all stakeholders about the COVID-19 virus. Specially assigned staff, Madam Speaker, from the Tourism Product Development Company, TPDCO, who are a part of the Stakeholder Risk Management Unit, along with members of the COVID-19 Resilient Corridor Management Team, have been closely monitoring the implementation of these measures to ensure strict compliance. Our protocols, which received the global endorsement of the World Travel and Tourism Council, complement our highly successful resilient corridors to the north and south of the island, designed in fact to keep workers, communities and visitors safe by only opening an area that we have the capacity to effectively monitor and manage. And I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that that innovation on the part of Jamaica has been modelled by other destinations across the world, and Jamaica's resilient corridor is being referenced as a safe way and a bubble that allows for secure and safe tourism travel and activities. To date, there has been no known case of transmission of COVID-19 along the resilient corridors, which is a proof that our highly regarded health and safety protocols are working, and testament to the high level of compliance by the tourism stakeholders. This is why, Madam Speaker, internationally, Jamaica is regarded as a leading example of how to create a safe and seamless travel experience for our visitors. Naturally, because of the uncertainty caused by the pandemic, we are constantly reviewing and revising our health and safety measures. Visitors to our island are now able to enjoy more of our unique offerings, as many of the COVID-19 compliant attractions are now open for tourists. In addition, they can now stay in multiple accommodation facilities within the resilient corridors, allowing our visitors the opportunity to experience more than one resort region on the trip. We have expanded the type of tests accepted by our health authorities. We are now accepting antigen as well as PCR tests. Of course, all tests must be approved by the World Health Organization, the Pan American Health Organization, or the Food and Drug Administration, and must be done at an accreditable and creditable lab. We recognize that the antigen test is less expensive and more readily available, making the travel process even easier. Another important part of the revised measures is that persons living in countries designated as high-risk countries, such as Brazil, the Dominican Republic, Mexico, Panama, and the United States, will no longer need to upload a negative test result to apply for travel authorization. This has made a tremendous difference to travelers, as the travel authorization applications are approved in a shorter period. The negative test results are now required for check-in. Remember that, I just wanted to emphasize that we have not abandoned the negative test requirement. It's just that it is now required for check-in. That is to say, no passenger will board a flight unless they prove to the airline that they have a negative test. Very, very important. The negative results will now be required for check-in and will again be reviewed on arrival in Jamaica. We are adding another layer to the existing health and safety measures, Madam Speaker, and that is a revolutionary safety and what I call a confidence-building solution that we, Jamaica, have dubbed Jamaica Cares. And this is, in fact, Madam Speaker, a solution that will position Jamaica as one of the most COVID-resilient countries in the world when it is launched later on. It is a groundbreaking travel protection and emergency service program that provides visitors with the cost of Medicare, evacuation, field rescue, case management, and patient advocacy in all circumstances too, and including natural disasters. And this is a very revolutionary move, Madam Speaker, because international insurance such as Lloyds and MSH are not minded to give insurance in a pandemic. But we have been able to negotiate and have that arrangement where they recognize that partnering with destinations to ensure that the management of COVID can be safer and that the risk would be shared by the international visitors, by so doing remove the burden of the cost related to health care for visitors who come to your country, and also compete for your infrastructure such as beds and so on. Because within that frame is the possibility for the visitor becoming really ill to be repatriated into their country under an international health recognized scheme, in the case of the United States, the Johns Hopkins University Medical Arrangement. And that, Mr. Speaker, is not just an innovation for Jamaica, but the world is asking for it, and they are now wanting to change it from Jamaica Cares to become World Cares, because they think that this is a solution towards safer travel and to build confidence in destinations. We are currently, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in discussions with the airlines to finalize arrangements for this important travel insurance program, which should come on stream in the first quarter of 2021. This new framework will considerably lessen the burden on the local health system and ensure that Jamaicans are not deprived of well-needed health resources. Madam Speaker, sustainability is a central aspect of our tourism development framework, and it is integral to the recovery process. To this end, we have implemented strategic measures.
Member, we'll allow you a little time to finish your presentation. We've just reached the 12 minutes mark. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. We ask that Speaker be given 10 minutes more to complete his presentation.
The question before the House is that the member be permitted 10 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favour? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to members for the extension of the time. So, Madam Speaker, sustainability is a central aspect of our tourism development framework, and it is integral to the recovery process. To this end, we have implemented strategic measures to build resilience in the local tourism business community, in particular our small and medium tourism enterprises. Among the initiatives that have been introduced are the provision of resilient packages. And here, Madam Speaker, the TF provides some 500 tourism protective kits to small tourism enterprise valued at some 15 million Jamaican dollars. The Rural Economic Development Initiative, Ready 2, which is a project funded by the World Bank and administered through JSIF, is providing, Madam Speaker, an opportunity for recovery efforts for the tourism and agricultural sectors. As part of the project for COVID response, 100 million Jamaican dollars is being made available and can be accessed for, among other things, the acquisition of personal protective equipment and technical capacity building. Madam Speaker, this is a critical element of our ability to enable management of this pandemic, particularly among the small players who lack the capacity to buy and to purchase, in fact, COVID security equipment. The small and medium tourism enterprises, Madam Speaker, is in focus again here because TEF continues to provide access to capital for the SMTEs to build their capacity to earn more through the TF Exim Bank revolving loan facility and the Jamaica National Small Business Loan Facility. Here, Madam Speaker, the tourism enhancement provided 1 billion Jamaican dollars to the Exim Bank on lending to these small enterprises at a rate of 4.5% per annum. And 200 million to the Jamaica National Small Business for lending, particularly to the small transport operators at 3% per annum over a 5-year period. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance and Planning provided critical grants. A key program under the government's CARE initiative is the provision of the grant of 1.2 billion Jamaican dollars to businesses operating in tourism and related sectors, which will now be administered through the Exim Bank. And already, I think over 300 applications have come in and processed, and we are expecting that in short order they will begin to receive these benefits. The SMTE loan facilities, Madam Speaker, goes beyond that, because now the small enterprises can access a voucher through the Jamaica Development Bank to partner with approved professional business agency when they apply for loans. And this is important because some of these small entities don't have the capacity by themselves to apply, and indeed they lack sometimes the technical arrangements to enable them to be beneficiaries. So the DBJ will cover 70% of the specific service costs with vouchers to them ranging from $50,000 to $500,000. Additionally, there is also the DBJ Credit Enhancement Facility, which allows small and medium tourism enterprises to access up to a maximum of $30 million as part of a partial loan guarantee if they do not have enough collateral to access loans. That's a revolutionary move and is critical in this whole business of building back the industry, which is so key. Madam Speaker, I want quickly to speak about our product update, because this is critical in understanding how we are responding and indeed rebuilding the industry. Our marketing arm, the Jamaica Tourist Board, has been doing an excellent job of inspiring confidence in both the local and international market that Jamaica is a safe and secure destination for all. The JDB's Discover Jamaica campaign was launched in July to encourage Jamaicans to take advantage of the country's many tourism products and attractions through staycation packages. With rates as low as $70 to $80 US per person, all-inclusive, locals have been flocking to the hotels on weekend for relaxation. And that's a deliberate strategy, Madam Speaker, because the world understands that the first response to recovery is always domestic tourism. And that's a very key aspect of the whole process. For both the independent holiday period and the National Heroes Weekend, some hotels recorded up to 50% occupancy from local bookers. We are optimistic that this initiative will continue to offset the fallout from the decline in international tourism receipts and ensure continued buoyancy of the sector. Internationally, Madam Speaker, the JTB is ensuring that the Generation C, Generation COVID as we call them, travelers, see Jamaica as a preferred vacation choice based on the destination's record of success and ongoing commitment to implementing programs that set the standard for global tourism in the post-COVID-19 world. Airlift commitments continue to increase, and the 2021 winter season, which begins today, is looking positive. The JTB is maintaining strong engagement with tour operators and airline companies to drive bookings for the winter. In a strong show of confidence in destination Jamaica, Madam Speaker, our airline partners have committed 1.1 million seats for the upcoming winter tourist season as we seek to regain our strong footing in the market. Of that number, Madam Speaker, some 450,000 are out of the United States, our largest source market. While these seats number are 40% less, of course, than last winter, we are significantly up where it is concerned in terms of the fall, because the fall was really what you could call a fall. And so this buoyancy that we're seeing represents a 40% up on what we had in the fall. We are seeing positive activity out of the important markets too. Only last weekend, Madam Speaker, the British Airways resumed flights between London Gatwick and Sancta International Airport after an 11-year hiatus. The twice-weekly BA flight will operate for the winter season until April 17, with a capacity of 31 business class, 52 premium economy, and 250 economy seats. While Copa Airline resumes weekly service to Jamaica on December 7, with a flight from Tocumen Airport in Panama City to Sanctus International Airport, it was, Mr. Speaker, the first flight that this airline had had to Jamaica since the COVID impact on our destination. Madam Speaker, perhaps the area of best reporting is the confidence that our investors are showing in destination Jamaica. Madam Speaker, investors continue to show confidence in the market, and they are finishing projects already started. And I just want to go through, for the benefit of this Honourable House, that the projections that we made to add 15,000 new rooms by 2023-24 is still on track. The 2,000-room project by Princess for Green Island in Hanover is still on track for groundbreaking to take place in January of 2021. The 700-room casino hotel for Hard Rock is still on track for groundbreaking to take place in the first quarter of next year. The 440-room expansion of H10 in Coral Spring in Trelawney is still on track and is to be had, Mr. Speaker. The Sandals development in Runaway Bay for 800 additional rooms by the Duns River facility there is still on track, Mr. Speaker. The 700-room Sugarcane, which is property which is phase 1 of the Charisma Hotel Group project for some 4,500 rooms overall, is still on track, Madam Speaker. The Montego Bay Sea Gardens Beach Resort, located near the Hip Strip, is adding 800 rooms to their beachfront all-inclusive property, still on track, Madam Speaker. And tomorrow, Madam Speaker, I go to cut ribbon for a new attraction in Montego Bay, which will see a new dimension to shopping, to high-end shopping, but more so shopping that utilizes the indigenous output of Jamaicans and will be focusing on the fashion designs made in Jamaica by Jamaicans. And this is a very important element of it. And then on Thursday, Madam Speaker, we go to cut ribbon for the opening of the Chucker attraction in Sandy Bay in Hanover, which is a really outstanding attraction that will make a difference in terms of the experiences of overwater, underwater facilities for visitors in our country. And then I leave there to go afterwards to Sandals White House to open the new overwater suites that are attracting up to $3,000 a night in destination Jamaica. So, Madam Speaker, our tourism, notwithstanding the COVID reality, continues to be attractive to the world. And I just wanted to indicate to you that Jamaica continues to win awards. Several awards. And I was really pleased to see that at the World Travel Awards, the 27th Annual World Travel Awards, Madam Speaker, Jamaica won for the leading tourism entities, that we won more awards than any other country that was there on that night. We won the leading luxury hotel villa, Fleming Villa at Golden Eye. We won the world's leading villa resort 2020, Round Hill Hotel and Villas. We won the world's leading all-inclusive company 2020, Sandals Resort International. We won the world's leading all-inclusive family resort brand, Beaches Resort. And we won the world's leading Caribbean attraction company in 2020, Roots Caribbean Adventure. And finally, the world's leading cruise port, the Falmouth Port in Sri Lanka. Madam Speaker, Standards & Poor's, in their evaluation of our economy and our growth prospects, having of course given us a B+ rating, indicated that Jamaica's economy will be rebounding in 2021 and onwards. And it said it will be led by the rebound of tourism that is expected to start rebounding early in 2021-22. They feel, and we agree, that the full rebound will come about between 22 to 23. I am pushing it even a little further to 24. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that we have been doing the right things in Jamaica to ensure that Destination Jamaica remains not only top of mind, but at least the most desired destination on planet Earth. In closing, I would like to say that we are making excellent strides in laying the groundwork for the full reopening of the tourism sector in Jamaica in a safe and responsible manner. And I want to pause on that because tomorrow I go to Negril to launch the Ambassadors Program, which is a program where the tourism workers and stakeholders go into the communities with COVID security equipment, with leaflets, and to meet with people to advance the whole business of public education on compliance to the protocols of the Ministry of Health. And it's a very important thing because we recognize that if tourism is to grow, we have to be a key player in ensuring the management of this pandemic. The risk must be shared by all of us, and tourism is a responsible player in this regard. It's not going to be an easy road to navigate an uncertain and an unpredictable future. But at the end of the tunnel, I think, is a safer, secure, and more resilient tourism sector that we are building for our workers, for our visitors, and our travel partners overall. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Thank you. So I'm not. Madam Speaker, I thank the Minister for his presentation and his update on the state of the industry, and of course admire his eternal optimism and the positive approach he's taking to this difficult situation in which he finds himself. I just have 3 questions for you, Minister, if you would. You've indicated that between June 15th and December 14th, 317,701 passengers arrived in the island. I'm mindful that in the second calendar quarter of the year, the first quarter of the fiscal year, we were given data that suggested there was a very sharp contraction in tourism. I think 85% was the figure then quoted. What I wanted to hear from you is, what does that 317,701 passengers arriving in Jamaica over that 6-month period from June 15th to December 14th, what does that represent in comparison to 2019 over that same period? So we have an idea of how deep it has been in the second half of the year. I was also going to ask if you could give an indication of what you're projecting for the coming winter tourist season in terms of numbers of visitors. What are you hoping to achieve in that regard? And thirdly, the Jamaica Cares insurance package that you've been formulating, who bears the cost of that? How is the cost of that borne? I'd be interested to hear from you on those 3 questions. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Opposition Leader, and thanks for your kind comments. And I know that we can rely, and we have been relying, on the partnership with the opposition, and I'm saying it very seriously. I've been a responsible partner in this whole process of trying to navigate through the uncertainties and building back the industry as it is even at this stage. The 317,000 visitors are divided into the international visitors, of course, and the Jamaicans who would return from the diaspora. So we have about 230,000 international visitors, and the rest, of course, would be locals and diaspora folks who come in. Now, that represents, I'm sad to say, about 20% of the arrivals for the previous period. But we were starting from zero, as you know, because for the first time in our history, I woke up one morning and found that not a single visitor came to Jamaica. Not a cruise ship arrived, and not a dollar was generated for the craftsmen, for the transportation people, for the hotel workers, or for anybody. But more importantly, we saw 130,000 tourism workers losing their jobs or gone on 2 days, 1 day a week, as the case might be. So the good news for that is that this 317 represent the return of probably another 10-15% of the workers who had been laid off and furloughed. And one of the things, member, that excited me on the weekend was when the British Airways flight came back to Montego Bay for the first time after 11 years, and I saw the smile on the faces of the workers who are now servicing that new flight. It said to me, yes, this is hope. And that's what it means, bringing back hope to the people of the country. So, thank you. So the winter tourist outlook, and I'm being very straight with you on this, because we started out feeling very positive with a possible 40-odd or so % up, based on a 1.1 million seats that are available to us. But as you know, everything is a condition of what is happening in your source markets. And so we are looking now at seeing perhaps a 40% of that 1.1 million, so somewhere in the region of maybe 450,000 passengers are likely to come between now and the 30th of April. And that will mean at present rates, and Jamaica, I must say, enjoys, and with all the problems, Jamaica still enjoys the best ADRs in the region. When I say the region now, I'm not speaking of some of the smaller territories that have higher end product. I'm talking about our space of the big ones, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Cuba, and Jamaica, because we four represent 80% of the tourism of the entire Caribbean area. But Jamaica enjoys the best ADR of all the four. So we see that we are likely to earn somewhere in the region, of course, of $600–700 million over the winter season, based on a projection of 450,000 passengers overall. And finally, the Revolutionary Jamaica Cares Program. The whole process here, why it is so exciting, is that it removes the cost of health care from the Jamaican to the visitor. So what is anticipated is that with the airlines collaborating with these international insurance and logistics providers, the visitors will actually be paying a part of their ticket. So it will be seamless. And the platform with VeriCares, Verifly, and the passport programs that IATA and others have will create a seamless arrangement so that before they come to the country, they would have covered their own insurance and possibilities for any eventuality which comes up, including earthquakes, hurricanes, or any other acts of God or the Queen's enemy. And within that context, and I think what makes it even more exciting to the world community and why the world is asking Jamaica to make this program also available, is that it bears something that the world has never seen before, a partnership between the industry and the local destination in a pandemic. And so what happens is that you share the burden of managing the risk by taking the responsibility of paying the cost of health care for the visitor who comes to Jamaica from the local destination and onto the international visitor community. And I think that this is something that we can be proud of as a country because it is our idea that the world is buying into. Thank you.
Member of Parliament who actually has a constituency with tourism workers. I have two questions. The first question is around the Jamaica Care Initiative with the provision of the grant. We want to keep the diversity of the tourism product there. Do you have a list of the persons who qualify? Because a lot of the small and medium hotels are not able to qualify for the grants. And what we keep seeing is a persistent demand and qualification by the larger hotels. And obviously we congratulate those hotels that actually won an award. But if we do not try to help the smaller hotels, then it is only the larger hotels that will keep winning. So Minister, do you have a list of those who have qualified, and are some of the small and medium-term hotels qualifying? The second question I have to ask is around the case of linkages. And I know you have spoken about linkages. You like to link all the different ministries together from time to time. But one of the things that I think has become absent from your narrative is with the farmers and agriculture. Because what has happened with the decimation, or the lack of visitor arrivals, I should say, is that a lot of our small farmers don't have the markets. And what is the Ministry of Tourism actually doing to partner with the Ministry of Agriculture to make sure that we can ramp up any kind of stimulus to the farmers? I noticed that you have it for the hotels, but is the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Agriculture working in tandem to make sure that we can also make the farmers resilient so that when you do open back up, that you have the yield going to the hotels? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A member from Southeast St. Anne. There is, in fact, a list that we have in the Ministry of Tourism of the entities, the small and medium tourism entities that are licensed and compliant. And they all qualify in one way or another for the grant. They have been processing through the Exim Bank in this regard.
Minister, if I may, many of the hotels, to get the qualifications, have to do all kinds of forensic auditing. And what that actually costs them is a little bit more. So by the time they get to the end of it, they've spent so much in a time when they actually don't have the resources or the visitor arrivals. and they're out of pocket, and sometimes they don't qualify. So that's why I'm asking the question as well.
I appreciate that, because we do a lot with the capacity building. And one of the things that the READY program, if you recall, I mentioned the World Bank program, that the READY program READY 1, which is a predecessor to READY 2, which is now coming on stream. READY 1 helped to build capacity so that we were able to give technical support to these smaller hotels in management and in enabling their accounting systems to come up to what is required. And then there is a mix of support for them. It is not just the 1.2 billion grant that we spoke about from Exim. But remember, before that, the Tourism Enhancement Fund provided a $1 billion revolving scheme at 4.5%, which was just for these small enterprises. And in addition to that, there's a $200 million facility at Jamaica National Small Business window for, again, primarily small transport operators. And these loan arrangements are well within, in fact, so low that some people wondered why. But it is because we believe that the only way we can tap into the value chain of tourism, not just by the big guys, but the small guys, is to build capacity for them and to provide opportunities in areas where they never had before. So just to make the point that, yes, we do recognize that there are some challenges now in terms of the 1.2. We recognize that, and the Ministry of Finance and ourselves are working it through to ensure that the largest possible support is given to the small ones. Because one of the things, Minister of Finance, that we didn't do and we're doing now is that we didn't say that the 1.2 was exclusively for the small enterprise. So it becomes now right. And so some of the applicants would be at a higher level of income earning with a balance sheet that is a little stronger than the small and medium one. And so we are making sure that that level of rebalancing is done. Yes. So finally, the relationship between agriculture and tourism is strong and growing. With RADA, the TF, the Jamaica, the linkages network, and I want to speak about that because the linkage network has made a huge difference, chaired by Adam Stewart, with all the key players of Jamaica's economy on that linkage network. Agriculture, we have partnered with RADA. We have developed with RADA a technological solution which allows the ordinary farmer in the field to have direct connection with the supplies within the tourism sector. So with an app that we created, the small farmer with his little phone now in South St. Elizabeth can be talking to the procurement officer in Iberia Star and telling them that the supplies are ready, the price is thing, and they are ready to deliver to them. And that is an innovation, and that's an innovation which was never there. We have also utilized resources from the Exim Bank to provide loans for small farmers as well in ensuring that they can deliver against the demand. It's a new day in terms of how, in the last 3-4 years, we have tried to structure that supply side of the equation. Because tourism, traditionally for Jamaica, has not been tapping into the indigenous sector sufficiently.
Minister.
As a result of which the leakage of the dollar has been extremely high. And the point we're making from this is that as a result of those interventions with the farmers, primarily the farmers, we've been able in the last 3 years to reduce the level of leakage from 70% to 60%, so that now 40% of the tourism dollar is retained in Jamaica, coming up from 30%.
Minister,
and that's very important.
I appreciate the app, and certainly coming before the Minister of Technology, I think that's really commendable. But the agriculture is the largest employer of labor. There are over 200,000 small farmers in Jamaica. And I wonder if you know, in the linkages sector, how many farmers have, one, applied for that, or two are actually benefiting from the revolving loan, or if you really know how many farmers have been thrown out because of tourism. So, you know, it's nice to quote 70% and 40% of leakage and these things, but have you gone and really investigated the figures? Because I can assure you that in the field, they're not using the app for Tricon, the procurement officer down a Iberia Star.
You know, I'm happy for these questions because I don't think that we have spent enough time to indicate the level of connectivity between the agricultural sector in particular and the tourism. We have invested in small farmers in communities that are proximate to the hotels. And we were lucky to have an expose on the actual production of some backyard farming in the Lilliput area in St. James. Where those small farmers there were selling across the road to Iberia Star lettuce and bell pepper and all those things, provided by support from the Tourism Enhancement Fund through the linkages network. I just want to make the point that in this recession, because you asked, and I really want you to appreciate this, that during this COVID period, the TEF bought more than $40 million of supplies from small farmers who were not able to supply to the tourism sector because the hotels had been closed. So we didn't leave these as small farmers there. And there is a demand of $64 billion for agricultural supplies in Jamaica for tourism. We did that demand study. And we have gone to work with the small farmers through RADA to help to enable them to supply against that demand. We have to do more, yes, but that's what we have done. So just to make the point that we haven't sat down and said, okay, yes, you must buy more tomatoes and more lettuce and more cabbage from these farmers in Jamaica. We've gone to do the work. We've gone out there and we have helped. And the Minister of Agriculture is here, but he can testify to it because both himself and I have gone into these areas, spoken to farmers, and we have worked with RADA in providing technical and other support to enable the connectivity between the two. This has never happened before, and that is why it is probably a good question that the member has asked.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Minister, I want to thank you for the presentation, and you mentioned that there are 3 measures. These measures had 3 components, main components, page 3 of your presentation. And you spoke about educating all stakeholders within it about COVID-19 virus. You also mentioned that the tourists are required to have a negative test, COVID, whether PCR or antigen test at check-in. As part of the measure, and I'm happy, Minister, based on last week, that your report today has indicated that there's no transmission of COVID-19 within the resilient corridor. 0. Right. So it's an assurance to the nation and to the tourism sector. But the question that I want to ask, Minister, is, in as much as we are testing the tourists who are coming into the island, as part of the program, are we also doing periodic testing of our tourism workers as well? That's 1. 2, you mentioned about the Jamaica Cares program, and I think it is very exciting from the point of view that when it comes into play, that it will not have any significant effect on our local health sector, in that the visitors can be airlifted back to their country of origin for treatment. Now, the other matter, Minister, is the fact that the COVID vaccine is coming shortly, based on what the Honourable Minister of Health said, by the first quarter, or well, the first of the second quarter of 2021. And he indicated the categories of persons who are going to be given initial vaccinations. Having regard to the significant play that tourism has on the economy, will there be consideration for tourism workers to be part of this initial vaccination program so that we can at least say to the world that our workers have been vaccinated and that we have this resilient corridor that is in place, that we have not had any transmission so far, and we're offering a safe product? Can we give the assurance that, okay, one, they'll be vaccinated, and two, until that happens, are our workers getting periodic testing for COVID-19? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. Two good questions. One of the things that we started out with, first of all, was the development of probably the most robust set of protocols in the industry, in fact, in the world. So much so that Jamaica was the third country in the world to achieve the World Travel and Tourism Council seal of safe travel because of the quality and the standard of the protocols that we established. We actually brought a consultant in to work with us in developing those protocols. And then the second thing we did, what's very critical, was to educate the workers. We had an online education program that brought 20,000 workers, 10,000 of whom were certified in 11 different areas of COVID management. And the third thing we did was to provide the PPEs for them. So our workers, essentially in the industry, are pretty much geared to deal with and to manage and to help to manage. I can't say manage, but to help to manage the whole process. Testing is an important part of the process, but testing, as you know, is done on the demonstration or the presence of symptoms, by and large. And so because we train, because we educate, then we would respond to them in relation to symptoms as we see it. So that's the point in terms of the testing for workers. The second question that you asked, which had to do with the COVID vaccine, I totally agree with you. We are discussing that as we speak, as to how to ensure that the first responders, of course, are going to be your frontline health workers, as you know. And of course, the tourism workers are as vulnerable because they have to deal with international visitors on a daily basis. So we will be looking at that, Member, to ensure that as many of our tourism workers as is feasible and possible will have it. As a matter of fact, the TEF is working out a program as we speak to see how we can assist in enabling that to take place. So I can't tell you that it will start on the first round, but I certainly tell you that it will be on the schedule. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister will now make his statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to ensure that my statements are provided so that I'm not reminded about this well-established protocol of providing the opposition with copies of the statement. Further. Madam Speaker, based on information received from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, I wish to report that Jamaica has now recorded 11,875 cases of coronavirus infections confirmed in Jamaica. Of that number, 3,234 are active cases. This means that there are persons who contracted the virus and who are still able to transmit to others. Information provided by the Ministry also clearly indicates that we have begun to see an upward turn in the epidemiological curve. As you will recall from previous presentations by the Minister of Health and Wellness, there was an anticipation that we would see a spike in cases coming in the Christmas season. It was anticipated by the clinical team in the Ministry, that is the Ministry of Health, that this would begin to occur approximately 2 weeks after the Thanksgiving holidays in the United States, which is the start of the travel season for Jamaicans who are expected to return home. The curve, however, shows that this upturn has started well before the 15th, which was the anticipated timeline for the increase in cases. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health and Wellness, in his statement to Parliament on Tuesday last, indicated that we are seeing very troubling signs in the western section of the island. A major hotspot is the parish of Westmoreland, where increasing cases coupled with increasing hospitalizations and deaths is causing grave concern. To date, Madam Speaker, the parish has recorded 117 active cases, with 76 new cases last week. These cases are spread over 80% of the communities in the parish, so that this is widespread. Madam Speaker, the parish recorded a test positivity rate of 32.1% last week compared to 17.6% the week before. This means that approximately 1 out of every 3 persons tested were positive for the coronavirus. This is over 3 times the national positivity rate of 9.3% for that week. The Savannah Lamar Hospital was at 87% of capacity yesterday. 15 of 18 COVID beds are occupied, and the hospital is reporting 80 to 20 persons in the emergency department waiting on beds on the existing wards. Of the 4 hospitals that are in that region, that support the region, that is the Cornwall Regional, Falmouth, the Savannah Lamar, and the Noel Holmes hospitals, all are now at 80 to 90% bed occupancy. Madam Speaker, these troubling trends and the strain on the health system requires immediate action to mitigate the real harm that can occur. Well, to mitigate the harm that is occurring. The government of Jamaica has, since the beginning of the pandemic, relied heavily on empirical information for decision making. This strategic position has served us well and has resulted in us making the right decisions. The evidence is before us that there is a clear and present danger and a need to act. While the Emergency Operations Center for the region is on high alert and resources would have been redeployed to mitigate the situation in Westmoreland, there is still a strain, a severe strain, on the capacity of the system there. The recent rains have delayed the completion of the field hospital in Falmouth, and efforts are being made to have it completed before the end of this financial year. The following measures are therefore being implemented in the entire parish of Westmoreland. A tighter curfew commencing at 7 p.m. nightly and ending at 5 a.m. the following morning, effective from 7 p.m. tomorrow, December 16, and ending 5 a.m. on December 31st, 2020. And the general gathering limit for public places is being reduced from 15 to 10 persons. For burials, the maximum number of persons remain at 15, and as the mayor would have announced before, Grand Market will be cancelled in the parish. And I believe that the mayor of Hanover, the adjoining parish, has also made a similar announcement regarding Grand Market. I'm making a special appeal for strict observance of all the protocols and measures, and for everyone, particularly those residents of Westmoreland and Hanover, to exercise greater vigilance and restraint. We continue to monitor the numbers closely, and I want to put everyone on notice that if the situation escalates, we are prepared to put in place even tighter measures. Madam Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, our management approach and measures have been measured, proportionate, evidence-based, and situationally appropriate. Finally, Madam Speaker, the government recognizes that implementation of these measures will cause hardship to the people of Westmoreland, particularly at this time of the year. It is important that, regardless of that, Madam Speaker, it is important, and even acknowledging that there will be some dislocation, when the government weighs everything in the balance, the dislocation of having increased numbers dying from COVID-19, increased infections, and the strain on the health system, that, Madam Speaker, we believe it is in the public good to take these measures. And though there could have been tighter measures implemented, we have, as is our principle, believe that we should start proportionately and gradually. So I think the residents of Westmoreland should take this as a warning, as notification of tighter measures to come if we do not bring this current situation under control. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, the only persons that can do this are the residents and citizens of Westmoreland. No matter how many policemen we put to control the illegal parties that are taking place, no matter how much public education we do to advise people to use the beaches and the rivers whilst observing the protocols, Madam Speaker, regardless of the level of enforcement that we put in place, if the citizens are determined to break the law, to dispense with the good advice, then, Madam Speaker, they put the entire nation at risk. So we can only appeal to their good judgment, to the reasonable man in all of us. Yes, we will enforce, and we have been enforcing, and you will see, Madam Speaker, that the police have stepped up their enforcement activities. But, you know, with an establishment of almost 14,000 policemen to almost 3 million people, every citizen has to take their responsibility seriously. So we will do as best as we can with the resources that we have to enforce. We will continue spending on public education. And, you know, we will have to come with a supplemental very soon for more resources to help. And we will continue to do this. But it really depends, the success really depends on the citizens. So I'm using this platform to appeal to the people of Westmoreland. Abide by the infection prevention protocols, abide by the movement control measures, meaning the curfew measures and the gathering measures. And in short order, if we keep these 2 weeks within the context and within the limits of what we have said, we could see a reduction in the cases and a remission of the threat. And I urge the residents there to follow the rules and, Madam Speaker, not to challenge the state, especially when the parties have to be shut down and the beaches and entertainment areas have to be closed. Let us all cooperate to ensure that we see through to the end of 2020 and welcome 2021, which promises to be a better year for all of us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. I would join the Prime Minister in exhorting all Jamaicans at this time to continue to comply with the social distancing regime. Take it seriously. Do not give in to the temptation to be casual about this virus, because casual behavior which disregards the importance of avoiding close personal contact, etc., is a recipe for the spread of the virus and for situations to quickly spiral out of control. And ultimately, the only way in which we can get this under control, other than through a wide-scale immunization of the population, is for persons to exercise that kind of self-discipline and personal responsibility. So I would join with the Prime Minister in asking all Jamaicans, and those in Westmoreland in particular at this time, given what is happening there, to really treat the matter seriously and adjust their behavior accordingly. Prime Minister, I have two questions for you, really. When the Minister of Health spoke, I think, last week, and he mentioned that the plan is really to achieve 16% vaccination of the population in 2021, I think many of us were taken aback. That seems to be an inadequate target, because that suggests that 84% of the population will not be immunized during the whole of the coming year. And that really suggests that we're going to have to live in the way we are now living, with wearing masks and restricting gatherings and all the rest of it, for a very long time to come. And I'm going to ask, why would we not want a more ambitious approach to immunization of the population? And I know it's expensive, but I would have thought the tourism minister's desires to see the tourism industry bounce back, and which we all share, would be enhanced, and Jamaica's competitiveness as a destination would be enhanced by us achieving a much more aggressive immunization target that would effectively mean that Jamaica would be, in the course of 2021, substantially further along the curve of protecting our population through immunization. So I ask you about that. Also, we know that the hospitalizations are quite high for COVID at the moment, and we saw in today's papers a shocking report about the state of Cornwall Regional Hospital, and the Minister indicating he can't give a timeline as to when the work will be finished, that new professionals from outside Jamaica are going to have to be engaged, and this is after 3 years of what seems to have been a very hopscotch and ineffective approach to dealing with this critical national asset, the only big major Type 1 hospital in Western Jamaica. And I'd like to hear from you as to what you intend to do about that, and what accountability can we expect from you for that failure, that dereliction in ensuring that Cornwall Regional Hospital was dealt with in an appropriate way on a timely basis. Western Jamaica needs that hospital, and we now have no idea when it's going to be back in full operating order. And the last question I have for you, Prime Minister, relates to the curfews and so on that are being announced in relation to Westmoreland. What is the legal regime under which these will be imposed? Is it under the Disaster Risk Management Act? And has an order been put in place to achieve this? Because we haven't seen one. So I'm interested to know, when you announce something like this that's to take place tomorrow, what is the legal basis upon which you're moving forward? Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. As it relates to the vaccine, I believe what was presented would have been the conservative case, realistic case. So, yes, your observation is correct that the government would want to pursue a very ambitious program of vaccination. But bear in mind that there are several imponderables and things that are outside of our control. Though we are a part of COVAX, which will basically guarantee that we will get some stock of vaccine, it would not be all the stock that we would need to rapidly vaccinate the population. And then you would be looking at probably 2 to 3 months to mobilize, to have the necessary supply chain logistics in place, storage logistics, and indeed to then have the actual staff and support services to do the vaccination. There is a committee in place which the Minister has advised the Parliament of, and that is already mobilized and has already started its work. So my response to this question, Leader of the Opposition, is that what was presented would be the conservative case, but I am certain that the Ministry of Health and the Minister of Health in particular would be seeking to exploit all the opportunities that would present themselves to allow us to have a much more rapid vaccination and a more wide-scale vaccination of the population. Of course, there is the issue of the acceptance of vaccination and the public education that has to follow along with the logistics and support mobilization for vaccination. It would help if the opinion leaders in this House would indicate to their constituents that they should take a more embracing and supporting posture towards vaccination. You could end up having a problem where we have the vaccine and people not deciding to take it. That would in itself create another problem. So I believe this House has a duty to speak positively and definitively in support of vaccination. And I am hereby making that declaration that I will be taking the vaccine, as I've said before. If I speak and say we, then I'll be giving an order. It still remains a personal choice, but we would want persons to make the choice having full knowledge and full understanding of how it works and how it will protect them. So I am making the decision to take the vaccine, and I'm encouraging everyone else. Certainly, you will see me standing here 2 weeks after. The member mentioned Cornwall Regional. I got a briefing from the minister last week, I believe it was Friday. We had a long discussion on it. The minister will come to Parliament and brief Parliament on his plans. I believe he has made some public statements already. I don't want to go into the details here because he will make the response. Suffice to say that from the briefing I received, the minister is cognizant of all the challenges. Some of the challenges, of course, would have to do with the management and availability of certain expertise here in Jamaica. And he would have indicated that they may have to look overseas for the management skills and certain expertise and capabilities. But I will allow the minister to respond to you in a more comprehensive way. In relation to, the minister is in, he would be in St. James by now. So I will apologize, Mr. Speaker, for his I'll apologize for the minister's absence. He is actually leading a public education campaign in the Western region, trying to encourage persons to wear masks and meeting with the various stakeholders, including the parish councils, to get them to support the initiatives, which is why you would have heard both the mayor of Southern Lamar and the mayor of in Hanover would both have announced that they will cancel Grand Market. As it relates to the announcement of the curfews that are announced in relation to the pandemic, in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, are all done pursuant to the orders under the Disaster Risk Management Act, and the Disaster Risk Management Act orders are drafted in such a way as to give powers to the government specifically for the control of the spread of the coronavirus. So these measures are pursuant to those orders. And we have had a debate previously about whether or not they shouldn't be under some other legislation, probably the Emergency Powers Act. I can see the wisdom in that, but we have proceeded this way, which I think it's far more efficient and gives the government a speedier response time. But the way in which we have done it, we recognize that it really depends on ensuring that there is a high level of oversight of the use of these orders. And so whenever the power is going to be exercised, I come to Parliament and I lay it here so that the members of the House can have oversight on those powers which are essentially resident in the office of the Prime Minister.
Just one follow-up on that. So if the existing order under the Disaster Risk Management Act is the framework you're operating with, and then you implement some specific measures affecting a particular locality or parish, how is that formalized? You know, how does a person know what rules they have to comply with? Is it gazetted? What is the process for that?
Sorry, member, you would actually ask that question before, and in my answer I didn't answer it. There is a process of gazetting. So there will be a gazette published later today, if not early tomorrow, which is why we have given 24 hours notice. So we're announcing today to take effect tomorrow. During that period of notice, there will be a gazette published. And it is widely published as well. It's published certainly on all my social media pages, on all the government's pages, the Ministry of Justice. It's published widely, and the media carries it as well. And obviously what we're saying here in Parliament will also inform the public. So there is a gazette. One other thing I'd want to point out, if you'll allow me, Mr. Acting Speaker, the government has also taken a decision. Well, we have already taken the decision, but we're now announcing that decision, that all office parties related to the government or its agencies or departments are prohibited. The Cabinet Secretary today wrote to all the permanent secretaries, and that will filter down through circular to the various departments and agencies. We have to set the example as it relates to the maintenance of the orders under the Disaster Risk Management Act. And just one point, member, the way in which the Disaster Risk Management Act is written, the various orders take effect on announcement, but we have always placed these announcements in a gazette where they are published so that persons can have them for reference. And very important, they are very important in guiding the security forces as to what they can and cannot do. And before we make any announcement, I can tell you that we have a very involved process where we meet and discuss with the security forces exactly what it is that we intend in passing these orders. So there is no dissonance or difference in what we have approved as an order and what the police are implementing in terms of enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, thank you very much for the information that you have given to the Parliament, but it's a worrying sign. You indicated that the numbers have started the uptick even prior to the anticipated 15th of December, when we would have expected to see the numbers going up as a consequence of the travel during the post-Thanksgiving period. Can you indicate what could be the cause of that? And secondly, having said that, it means therefore that the numbers will get even higher over the ensuing couple of days, because that would add to what is anticipated to come from the 15th onwards. The leader of the opposition spoke about the Cornwall Regional Hospital and the RCO, but you yielded to the Honourable Minister answering when he does get here. The positivity rate is of serious concern, and we see almost a doubling in 1 week. And we are also seeing that, as you did indicate, that the numbers in terms of hospitalizations has increased generally. Up to yesterday, we were 99 in hospital. Today, there are 103. And the rate in which the critical and moderately ill patients are going suggests that, unfortunately, we may have some deaths as a consequence of this, because we have gone from 14 to 17 critically ill patients in a day, from 16 to 21 moderately ill. So definitely there is a challenge there. And I too, we have constantly, both sides of the House, agreed that the need to have our citizens behaving in a manner which will lend to us having, as a country, better health status, less COVID cases in terms of practicing social distance and the other measures. But there's another question I want to ask Prime Minister. Some time ago, and you promised that it would be looked in expeditiously. That is the ticketing system for breaches of the Disaster Risk Management Act. And we were told that the Ministry of Justice and the AG's department were working on it. But we were promised this that was announced from September, Prime Minister, and we are now in the middle of December, and there seems to be no end in sight as to when this will happen. I ask this against the background that I am advised that under this Disaster Risk Management Act, the police have an obligation to warn those who contravene the orders. And cases have gone to court where there are no penalties attached simply because they didn't warn. Now, if there is a general, as the leader asked a while ago about the orders relating to the Disaster Risk Management Act, and they are basically flouted by the majority of the citizens who are caught, the reality is that if you had a ticketing system, you will pay a fine or a penalty for having broken that particular law. So can you advise the House as to when this ticketing system will be in place, and if not, what is the anticipated penalties or route that you'll take?
Thank you, Member, for those questions. As it relates to the ticketing system, it is now in the legislative process. The Ministry of Local Government has carriage of that bill. It was submitted to the Attorney General's office for comments. Comments were made. It has been sent back to the Ministry of Local Government. So I'm very hopeful that it will reach the Legislative Committee by early next year, so that we can bring it to Parliament before the end of January. But it has gone through the legislative process. You've raised an important question as to whether or not the police can prosecute without warning. I'm not going to get into the legal issues. But what I will say to you, member, is that Jamaica is not a dictator state. And the way in which we have sought to use the powers under the Disaster Risk Management Act is to start from the assumption that the average person is reasonable, is fair, is understanding, patriotic, but will act in their own self-interest, which is consistent with the public good. So we have emphasized more moral suasion. We have emphasized public education, and we have enforced where enforcement is clear and necessary. And yes, some may have gone before the courts. I can't comment on how the courts choose to interpret and exercise the powers given under the law, but I have seen that persons have been fined. Well, one famous case, and persons have been held to account. So I think that the way in which we have gone about it, no citizen of Jamaica can say that we have exercised the powers in a draconian way to in any way infringe on their rights. And I think that is a testament to our democracy and how this Parliament, on both sides, have used the powers that we have to protect the people of the country.
Mr. Speaker, acting, I now ask you to invite the Minister of Science, Energy, Honourable Doyle Vaz, to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, House Leader. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a privilege for me to address this Honourable House so close to the 100-day mark since my appointment as Minister to the portfolio of Science, Energy and Technology. Let me also thank my colleagues on both sides for their birthday wishes today. Birthday. Thank you very much. It is fitting that I use the occasion of the last sitting of the House for this calendar year to outline the work that has been done to support the national response to the COVID-19 and to speak to the forward agenda in building a more resilient economy. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence as I take a few minutes to remind this Honourable House of the enormity of the challenges that has faced us as a nation and as a people in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Globally, extreme poverty has risen this year, 2020, for the first time in 20 years. The figures are staggering, as an additional 88 to 150 million people have been plunged into extreme poverty this year, and this number is expected to increase to 150 million by 2021. So, Speaker, why is this data of particular importance to Jamaica? Precisely because more than 3/4 of the new poor are expected to be in the middle-income countries like Jamaica. A UNESCO report has advanced that classes have been disrupted for 9 out of 10 children worldwide. This disruption has disproportionately affected poor and digitally illiterate families. Mr. Speaker, why is this data important? Because long-term displacement from the education system will increase inequality for the poorest and the most digitally marginalized in our society. The International Monetary Fund, in a special report, a year like no other, has stated that national governments have taken $12 trillion, trillion, and $7.5 trillion in fiscal and monetary actions, respectively, in response to COVID-19. What is the import of this? Countries such as Jamaica face the prospect of increased fiscal deficits and public debt ratios because of increased spending and plunging revenues. While Jamaica has not been the worst hit by the pandemic, our economy has declined by 10.7% for the January to September 2020 period when compared to the same period in 2019. And while it is encouraging to see the signs of recovery, we need a whole-of-country approach to hasten that recovery and to help Jamaicans get back on their feet. Madam Speaker, my point of departure is intended to confirm the position that has emerged globally that COVID-19 is the worst humanitarian disaster that has faced mankind. The speed and scale of the devastation has been mind-boggling. The impacts on lives and livelihoods have been life-altering, and the disruptions to economies unprecedented. Madam Speaker, let me say that it is an honor to be leading a ministry that is in the forefront of creating a new Jamaica, shaping the country's digital transformation and defining Jamaica's enabling infrastructure that underpins the government's agenda for the expeditious recovery of the economy and for the long-term sustainable growth and development. The single most critical imperative that is facing us as a country is to expand broadband coverage across the hills and valleys of Jamaica. This will form the backbone of our recovery and provide the best possible success for sustainable growth. The National Information and Communications Technology (ICT) policy positions ICT infrastructure as a strategic resource, the efficient deployment of which is important for the provision of public and private services and access to worldwide markets. This therefore requires the provision of high-capacity networks. Mr. Speaker, current data shows fixed broadband penetration at 11.65% and mobile penetration at 59.76%. The distribution is even more troubling, with the penetration highly skewed to urban centers, while the vast majority of the rural population remains unserved and underserved. In furtherance of the ICT policy, the Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, mandated me to establish a national broadband network to scale up e-government infrastructure, strengthen the country's readiness to operate in the virtual space, and hasten transformation to a new Jamaica built on the foundation of a digital society. In keeping with this mandate, the Ministry has proceeded to leverage the expertise of global thought leaders in ICT to provide high-level advice and strategic guidance, and also to bolster the national capacities to build sustainable ICT infrastructure. 13 members of the international donor community have indicated an interest in working with us in Jamaica in the digital transformation of the society. Mr. Speaker, already we have secured the assistance of the Inter-American Development Bank to develop a national broadband strategy which will support the implementation of this infrastructure. In addition, I have formed a national broadband task force under the chairmanship of the Honourable Michael Leachin OJ to provide high-level guidance to the Ministry's team and to ensure that the interaction with the IDB and other stakeholders remains targeted and strategic. A core technical task force has also been formed to provide the technical input and oversight required to drive the implementation of the strategy and the corresponding broadband network, as well as to recommend any policy, legislative or regulatory changes that may be required to ensure sustainability. The task force is chaired by the MSET and has membership from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, the OUR, Spectrum Management Authority, Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, eGov Jamaica Limited, Universal Service Fund, and the National Works Agency. Over the past few weeks, meetings were held with the technical task force and representatives of other key ministry, departments, and agencies, which have allowed us to map the existing broadband infrastructure, map other existing infrastructure which could be leveraged for the development of the physical broadband network, identify the public sites requiring broadband connectivity, and the prioritization of the sites which require same. Identify high-level technical specifications of the infrastructure that will be required and the estimated cost for implementation. And finally, identify critical policies, laws and regulations which may be required to ensure sustainability. The multi-sectoral approach is to ensure that we achieve the last-mile connectivity to all public institutions. Given the socio-economic parameters of the country, last-mile deployment must have a social focus that will see connectivity to main sites such as schools, health centers, community centers, postal points, local municipalities, and police stations across the country. This expansion will see significant expansion in coverage of broadband, not just to these institutions, but directly to the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, this deployment of broadband into the nooks and crannies of Jamaica, deep rural, inner cities, outer cities, urban centers, rural towns, will be the single most impactful intervention to eliminate the digital divide that now exists in our country. Madam Speaker, this government will make the access to internet a public good, a public right. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The aim is to have every household, every community connected by 2025. The clear objectives of the National Broadband Initiative are to achieve universal access, boost adoption and usage, improve quality and coverage of key services such as health and education and more broadly public services, guarantee affordability, promote entrepreneurship and local content creation, create new business models, boost ICT exports, and increase competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, the success of the National Broadband Initiative will require private-public partnership, improvement in various types of infrastructure such as telecommunications and electricity, and greater coordination in the deployment of public utility services. With respect to the public utility services, these critical infrastructures are located within the public rights of way, namely sidewalks and roadways. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is no policy, Madam Speaker, is back? There is no policy or legislative framework governing the use of public rights of ways. The MSET and the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation will therefore be working together to fast-track the policy and legislative frameworks for the management and use of public rights of way. In addition, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there is a requirement for the strengthening of the broader policy framework to support the National Broadband Initiative. In this regard, Madam Speaker, we are far advanced in drafting a spectrum pricing policy to support greater access to spectrum at prices that will promote innovation and the use of this scarce resource. Madam Speaker, I want to just pause to say that a lot of this work started before my time. And I want to pay tribute not only to former Minister Favour Williams, but all the previous ministers of science, energy and technology.
Minister,
on both sides.
While you're on your feet, I just want to seek the permission of the members of Parliament to extend the time allotted to you for your presentation. The question before the House is that the Minister be given additional time to finish his presentation.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended by 10 minutes in order for him to complete the
question before the House is that the member's time be extended for 10 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, you can continue.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'll assure the House that I'll not follow the leader of government business's example that he set earlier. Madam Speaker, work is also progressing on the development of the infrastructure sharing rules led by the OUR with the support from MSET to regulate and manage greater access to existing and future telecommunications infrastructure. Progress is also being made in developing quality of service standard rules to prescribe the minimum targets to be achieved and sustained by telecommunications providers in respect of various technical and customer service quality parameters. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, what do I mean by that? There has to be a minimum standard of service which is given to the consumer and customers by the telecom providers. Right now, it is unacceptable in many cases. Madam Speaker, the estimated cost of the implementation of a national broadband network is preliminarily projected to be $237 million. The funding options are being explored, but the country can ill afford to delay or abandon this strategy. And I will repeat that for the benefit of my colleague, Minister of Finance. The National Broadband Network is projected to cost preliminarily $237 million. The funding options are being explored, but the country can ill afford to delay or abandon the implementation of this strategy. And I wait to see the minister clap. If the minister hits the table, the Minister of Finance, then I know I'm in good stead. Madam Speaker, allow me to place the financial requirements into perspective. Bridging the broadband penetration gap is expected to generate more than 95,000 direct jobs and will bring Jamaica in line with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries. An IDB econometric model specific to Latin America and the Caribbean countries demonstrates that on average, countries that increase broadband penetration by 10% have associated increases of 3.2% per capita GDP and 2.6% increase in productivity. Madam Speaker, going digital is therefore key to a sustainable economy. While we pursue the long-term strategy of more immediacy in MSET's role in the national COVID-19 response, there is urgent need for the government to respond to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that the socio-economic fabric of the country remains intact. The current focus is to see how we can leverage technology to improve outcomes in the educational and health sectors. We are working closely with the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness to prioritize communication needs of schools and health centers. We are taking a targeted approach, given the limits on resources, to ensure that the solutions that are put in place work for as many Jamaicans as possible in the shortest possible time frame. So far, Madam Speaker, we have granted access to additional spectrum to the telecommunications providers with the waiver of spectrum license and regulatory fees associated with this grant with the support of the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. We have waived spectrum license and regulatory fee on VSAT licenses for a period of 3 months to support the Ministry of Education's use of satellite technology to bring connectivity to remote schools. Already almost 100 schools are connected using this medium. VSAT is a small antenna or dish that connects to a satellite orbiting the Earth, delivering high-speed broadband anywhere, anytime. We have negotiated with private owners of fiber optic cables to provide the government with the access to spare fiber strands to assist with the connectivity needs in the parishes. Let me pause, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge in particular the telecommunication providers, Digital and Flow, who have committed to provide access in support of the national response to COVID-19. Madam Speaker, much more is required. As such, government through its agencies will be implementing 3 major technology initiatives aimed at increasing access to the internet and electronic educational content for students living in rural and inner-city communities. The initiatives are as follows. Initiative 1, Digital Transformation Network. The government will be making investments to provide the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, PBCJ, with the capacity to broadcast digitally over the air using digital transmission technology. The decision is grounded in the fact that the digital broadcast can reach over 85% of households which own a smart TV set. Smart TV sets already have the ability to receive the digital signal without the addition of external devices. The digital transmission system will enable PBCJ to provide multiple channels of educational content on a 24/7 basis. This is in recognition that many of our students have fallen behind and will need many hours of remedial lessons to catch up. For those Jamaicans that do not own a smart TV, all that will be required is an external digital set-top box to allow their existing television set to receive the digital signals. The price of these digital set-top boxes range from between 2,500 and 5,000 Jamaican dollars. The necessary preparatory work are in progress, and we expect to implement and complete this project within the next 6 months. That will be a game changer, Madam Speaker. I see former Minister of Education, Minister Samuda, nodding his head, and I also want to acknowledge him for the work that he did in preparation for what we are trying to achieve now. Initiative 2, expanding government fiber optic cable infrastructure. The government intends to make further investment to provide the PBCJ access to high-speed fiber optic communication backbone to connect with rural cable television networks to facilitate internet-based information being made accessible to students at home using their computers and tablets. Work on this initiative is far advanced, with the National Works Agency working closely with the rural cable television operators to coordinate activities regarding the layout of the fiber optic cable infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, so far 18 out of 34 rural cable TV operators are using the fiber infrastructure to get content from the PBCJ. However, more needs to be done to connect the remaining rural cable TV operators to enable them to provide valuable educational material to their subscribers. And this is what this second initiative will seek to do. Finally, and I know this is the one that will get the attention of my colleagues in the House, Madam Speaker, the government is rapidly going to expand the number of public Wi-Fi hotspots across the country. This is in recognition of our current inability to provide all homes, especially in the rural communities, with access to the internet, which, Madam Speaker, will take time. However, in the interim, we want to ensure that every community has access to the internet, and we can only do this by installing public Wi-Fi hotspots in strategic locations where it is easily accessible by the residents of those communities. The Universal Service Fund, working closely with the NWA and eGov Jamaica Limited, is finalizing the list of locations suitable for public Wi-Fi installations. I will be relying on my colleague Member of Parliament in the House to send a list with locations in their constituencies that they believe should have public Wi-Fi hotspots. Because of fiscal constraints, Madam Speaker, I'm suggesting that if you could prioritize your top three in that order, 1, 2, 3, then we will see how we can work in terms of whether we can do 1 or we can do 2 or what can happen over the period. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is the fact that while the USF, through their own budget, has been rolling out these Wi-Fi public hotspots, the Minister of Finance made a very good suggestion that this was the way to go in the interim to get connectivity. And therefore, based on his suggestion, I would only expect that he would have some funds to assist in widening this program. So I can assure you that I will be working with him closely, and I know he'll send me his list first off. So, Madam Speaker, since assuming responsibility for the portfolio, I have launched 5 public Wi-Fi hotspot locations under the Connect Jamaica program in Chapelton and Maypen in Clarendon, Ocherius in St. Anne, Anata Bay in St. Mary, and Port Antonio in Portland. This brings to 13 the number of public Wi-Fi hotspots across Jamaica. And there is still more in this current financial year, which ends in March, that the USF will be rolling out come January. Madam Speaker, providing connectivity is good, but without ICT instruments, that asset will be largely underutilized. That is why the distribution of tablets to teachers and students is of such vital importance. The program started prior to the pandemic, but the needs of the education sector required a review of the approach to the distribution, which saw us placing an emphasis on distributing tablets to students themselves and not to the educational institutions. So far, the Ministry of Education, in conjunction with MSET, has distributed 23,946 tablets under the Tablets for Teacher program and 34,219 tablets to students under the Tablets in School program. Madam Speaker, the government's investment under the Connect Jamaica and tablet distribution program amounts to $11.1 million, upward of 1.6 billion Jamaican dollars in the time of a pandemic. Madam Speaker. Winding down now with the conclusion, Madam Speaker, a new Jamaica with the access to the last mile. I will end where I started. COVID-19 has dealt a crushing blow to the global economy, setting the stage for one of the worst humanitarian crises ever experienced by the human family. It has ended lives and upended livelihoods. Jamaica, though not the worst hit, has not been spared. While our government has delivered the largest fiscal intervention to assist firms and to help Jamaica recover, this is not a sprint. We are embarking on a marathon to build resilience and achieve sustainability, growth and development. The road to recovery will be hard, But inspiring leadership requires that we bring the Jamaican people to the table as constructive participants in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build back stronger and better and create a new Jamaica built on the foundation of a digital society. Madam Speaker, how will the national broadband network transform Jamaica? More than 1,500 kilometers of fiber optic cable will be laid to provide access to the last mile. More than 1,000 public institutions connected to guarantee access to the last mile. Universal access to the internet by every household, every community, every Jamaican, and access to the public services everywhere, anytime. Madam Speaker, I commit to use the resources of this ministry and my hard work and passion to help our people hope and dream again as we move to create a new Jamaica with internet access to the last mile for every single Jamaican. And in closing, I'm looking forward to partner with all of the government ministries and agencies, because neither this minister or this ministry can do it alone. So I'm seeking the cooperation and the prioritization of this project. And I cannot use the Prime Minister's name anymore because I'm not in his ministry. But I'm sure that he will give me the support that I need. And with my hard-working permanent secretary, all the members of the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, and the agencies that fall under it, we will deliver, Prime Minister, this dream for Jamaica. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. And just as you take your seat, may I, on my own behalf, and on behalf of the other members, all of us here in Parliament, wish for you a wonderful evening, today being your birthday, and all that is good and prosperous for another year.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank you very much. Minister, thank you for a great presentation. I believe that the next big thing for Jamaica to move forward to the forefront of the Caribbean in the digital age is the digitization of Jamaica. So I agree. Minister, I also agree that we cannot exist without our people being at the forefront of our plans, and especially now with the COVID, with the digitization and the connectivity that is necessary. But I have a few questions for you. In terms of the cost that you spoke about and referred to your Minister of Finance, would you consider it necessary to form a vehicle, an entity that all the stakeholders can be a part of, including the stakeholders who are present? You refer to Flow Digicel, but there are other persons and private persons that may want to invest in this vehicle to deliver this national good, because it's not just for, it's a national project, not just for commerce. So that's one. I'd also ask, in terms of the broadband rollout, what has happened since 2016 until now, if we have moved forward, and where we have moved with that? Would a part of the digital mix, and we know what 5G has to offer in the broadband spectrum, where are we with that? And would it be a part of the immediate consideration to look at that, the 5G, as a relatively quick uptake to deliver on some of these things that you have spoken about? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you much, colleague, Member of Parliament, and congratulations on your recent elevation to the shadow cabinet. In relation to the vehicle, absolutely. You will hear, I'm having a press conference tomorrow where we will give more details in relation to the possible modalities in relation to a PPP. And of course, the public will be able to take part in whatever the final position is. So that's a given. Secondly, in relation to broadband and what has transpired, as you asked, over the years, the National Works Agency has done quite a bit of work in relation to the laying of fiber for broadband. Unfortunately, they have not had the resources, and therefore that is why what we are doing now as a COVID response is to team with some of the existing providers, some of the cable companies, and of course other government entities to see how we can bring forward to try and get as much coverage in the short term during the pandemic while we lay out the longer term, which will be the National Broadband Initiative. As it relates to 5G, that is somewhere off. So right now we are concentrating more on 4G in terms of what we can use. We can use 4G and what that can do for us. 5G is there, but we're not ready for that in Jamaica as yet, based on where we are. So we are moving ahead as we speak, and of course we'll have more details in terms of specifics tomorrow morning when we have that press briefing specifically to deal with this National Broadband Initiative.
Minister, a couple of questions. Just to follow up on what my colleague asked in terms of the island-wide broadband network. In 2016, when we left office, we had connected 209 educational institutions, 41 libraries, 60 health centers, 67 post offices, and 5 police stations. A total of 382 out of 460 public institutions, with a network which was built, funded by the USF. Flow did one part, and Digicel did another. I'd like a specific update in terms of where we are with these specific public entities. Secondly, with respect to the NWA, we know the NWA has rolled out fiber primarily in the Kingston, St. Andrew, and the St. Catherine areas, not across the entire island. What is the specific plan to connect the MDAs, the ministries, agencies, and departments to that fiber? And is that going to be part of the public-private partnership that you will outline tomorrow? Third, Minister, we are actually, as a country, lagging behind the region in terms of broadband penetration, and our cost of broadband services are higher than our competitors. The main factor for this is that we have a duopoly in our market, and there is a need for competition. I would like to know, and you have said it, the quality of the service is poor, and it's poor because the investments that are required to maintain the network have not been made. And so you have 2 players who dominate pretty much almost 100% of the market without a real incentive to improve the quality of service. So what are the specific plans to introduce competition in the broadband area? There may not be scope necessarily in voice, but certainly on the broadband end, there is scope. So I wanted to know what the specific ones are. And finally, having heard you and the plans to move Jamaica forward as a digital economy, I can't reconcile why, as an administration, you would continue to have the taxes on devices, on the computer devices, on the tablets. Just last week, Trinidad made a decision to remove all the taxes on these devices. The calculation, the Minister of Finance is not here, is no more than $5 million that we would give up. And the call didn't only come from this side. It has come from every single private sector organization in the country. We have a digital divide. I've heard the answer that if we remove it, we're going to be giving those who are well off an advantage. The problem is the people who are well off have already bought devices for their kids. They're not going to buy 3 or 4 more because we removed the tax. The people who need to benefit from this, and we all know them because we get the calls every single day as members of Parliament. The people who need to benefit from it are the poor. That's right. The poor who cannot afford $15,000, $10,000, or $20,000. And yes, the government has done 40,000 tablets for PATH and another 36,000 to come. But that is a drop in the bucket as to the need that is out there. It is incompatible with a desire to move forward as a digital economy if we continue to maintain the taxes on these devices. And I want to make the call again. I've said it probably 3 or 4 times in this House. What you give up in the revenue, you will more than make up in the contribution to national development by ensuring that kids have access to education. When I heard the results of the diagnostic tests, and we have averages of 20%, I said, how many of the children have had access to school in the last 9 months? Every one of us in this House can tell you a lot of these kids do not have access, and the ones who do have access are the poor children. If they can solve the internet problem, they don't have a device. It is impatient of the debate. The maths has been done. I know the fiscal constraints the government is under, but this is a national priority, and I'm urging the government again to remove the taxes on these devices.
Thank you, member. Start with the easier one, which is the relation to the NWA. So you're correct in saying that the NWA basically, their assets are pretty much in Kingston, St. Catherine, and of course, St. Andrew. So that's why we are having the discussions with the current telecom providers in a short-term fix to get access to additional fiber, specifically from Negril back to Port Antonio, and of course on the South Coast. Those discussions have gone well, and we're expecting to have a signed agreement in short order, which will allow the NWA, through the government, through the NWA, to roll that out and connect to a number of municipalities, post offices, etc. So that's part of the COVID response. The issue of the competition, you will see in due course a RFP going out for spectrum, which is going to be specifically to roll out more broadband. So that is a decision that has been taken and approved at Cabinet, and now the SME is in the midst of putting together that RFP proposal. I've asked them to try and see how they can shorten the timelines, because obviously that is what is required now. And of course, as we know, competition drives efficiency and rates. In relation to the last call that you made, I'm sorry, Minister Clark stepped out. That's a discussion that I have had with him, and the Minister of Finance has a certain position which I would ask him to articulate on his return, or I would have it done for you for tomorrow. So just to say, member, that I've already reached out to the new shadow spokesperson and indicated to him that I would want him to be a part of this National Broadband Task Force, that the ministry is open to give him as much information as he wants, and both you, yourself, as a former spokesperson and colleague from Eastern Kingston, have a lot of institutional knowledge from your time there, And of course, this is a partnership for Jamaica, so we look forward to working together and coming up with various ideas to see how we can fast track this and get it implemented in a non-partisan, wholly, solely owned Jamaican government entity. Philip?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I want to, and I don't want to get in the habit of commending you all the time, but you did provide a courtesy copy of your presentation days in advance. I think that is very good, commendable. We're not accustomed to that type of treatment, so I want to thank you for that. Minister, I saw the look on the Minister of Finance's face when you mentioned this price tag of $237 million. And US, and we quite understand that because GovNet, which is the forerunner to this, has been in plan for some time. But I want to ask a question because perhaps, Minister, you might have a solution even closer home, which is the existing players and their failure to deliver. In 2015, licenses were granted to the two major players. They were granted licenses to facilitate the use of 4G LTE. I'm trying since 2015 to find 4G LTE on my phone, and it has not happened. The license that they have can be revoked if they do not provide 95% of the country with the technology within 5 years. So I believe that you have some leverage now to insist that the providers do provide the bandwidth, broadband services that they are mandated to do in their license. And perhaps the OUR can assist with that. But you mentioned that you're seeking to allocate more spectrum. Would you not also consider the allocation of another fiber optic license? That is where I think you can generate even greater competition. And it is indeed competition that is needed to get the services improved and the prices down. I don't believe that the government is going to be able to afford in the short term this $200 million worth of investment. So it is in competition. And I believe that the Jamaican market has reached a stage now where it can accommodate a third player. In relation to the regulations that you're contemplating, have you given up on the idea of a single regulator for the sector to minimize the bureaucracy that currently prevails and to do away with some of the bodies, regulators, that are unnecessary in this new scenario of a single vehicle to transmit telecoms, computing signals? And then finally, in relation to universal service. Last time I did ask your colleague in relation to the status of those funds and the future of those funds. In 2015, we had about $14 billion. It hasn't grown much since then. What is the government's plan on enhancing those revenues, and what innovation, as we did, to get additional revenues to come to that fund, which really ought to be the one that provide the country with the hotspots. In fact, the vision was for Jamaica to become a veritable hotspot in all public spaces. So yes, you're doing well, but by now, anywhere you go in Jamaica, as it is a public space, you should have free Wi-Fi service.
Thank you, member from East Kingston. Just to indicate that the 237 is the big number. The modeling that we're looking at now will require the government to find about 67 million US of that, and the rest would be through private investment or
the companies with their 4G licenses. Why are we not experiencing 4G?
I'm glad you mentioned that. I'll have to take a look at that and get some input from the ministry in relation to the license and OUR, as you said. But definitely, at this stage, I must say that the approach with the current telecom providers is a collaboration based on the pandemic and the situation we find ourselves in. And the discussions are mutually beneficial and looking for solutions for the overall problem. So I will take a look at that and see where we are and get some answers from them as to where they are and what is their timeline based on the conditions of the license. There was one other. So you asked me about the USF as well, and the funds. As you know, all of those funds now go to the consolidated fund, and we take back what each budgetary year. So yes, absolutely. I just checked that this week. Yes, absolutely. Because obviously USF needs some funds now, and we have to go through the Ministry of Finance. In terms of the license, additional license for fiber, anything that can help, we are more than prepared to look at. And I look forward to having some discussions with you in terms of your own ideas as I journey on this learning curve. But just to say definitively that what you have mentioned, I will take into account and I will give you some responses when I have some answers.
Just one follow-up, Minister. You mentioned about the Universal Service Fund. When it started, the funds did go to the consolidated fund, and there was a payback over time. There was, in fact, an amendment that allowed the funds to be collected by the USF. Is it that the funds still proceed into the consolidated fund and not go to the USF? Is that the situation now? And how do you account for those funds? I know every year we had to satisfy, especially the US government, on how we were expending those funds. So the accounting for receiving the funds is as important as how you spend the funds. So is it the Consol Fund or the USF that receives the fund?
Thank you, member. I got a clarification. The funds that the USF is trying to draw down on are funds that were there prior to 2012. So in other words, the funds that were at the consolidated fund as of 2012, that we are still drawing it down as we need to. So that's a clarification.
What has happened to those funds subsequent to 2012 when they became the remit of the USF?
Those funds will be with the USF. Those funds will be with the USF.
Could you give us an update on the amount of money that is there?
Yes, I'll get that for you. Okay.
Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, just a few questions. I like the approach that you have taken, which I think is we're all beginning to see the imperative in these times in terms of the collaboration in making sure that what we do in making Jamaica and our society leapfrog with the technology that is available has to be a whole of country approach. I was just wondering if you had at hand some information or if you could get it at a later date. So when you spoke about the fixed broadband penetration rate of 11.65% and the mobile penetration rate, I was just wondering if you had already identified what would be the target that we're going for or where we would like to go, so that as you build out the task force and build out the plan, we are clear on exactly where we are and the road that we are going down. That's one. The digital transmission, Minister. Yes, it is true that the majority of smart TV sets can actually receive digital signals, and that you have mentioned that those who don't have smart TVs just simply need a set-top box. I'm not sure if you are aware of the number of families that exist in Jamaica who do not even have a television set. And I raise it because, as you have pointed out, the individuals that are more disadvantaged are those who live in rural areas and those who are economically challenged, right, who are poor. And therefore, it would be, I think, important to know what number is that without TVs at home, so we can understand the space in which we operate if we are to close that digital divide. So that's one. The other similar question as well relates to whether it is the tablets for teachers or the tablets for students. The numbers that we have given out are some thousands, and they sound like a lot. As the member from Southeast St. Andrew has noted, the numbers sound big, but we know that they are in fact a drop in the bucket. It will be good when we are talking to just kind of have in the back of our minds, what percentage is that of the total that's targeted, and where are we along that journey? So those are the three questions, Minister, I'd like to kind of place on the table, just so that we put the plans as they are, the baseline that you have set, in the context of the journey that is ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. I have taken note of the information, and I will get that information for you in terms of the details. In terms of the households without televisions, I'm in full agreement with you in terms of that will still remain a problem for a vast majority of especially inner city and rural communities. So that is also something that we'll have to look to see how we can address that as well, based on the fact that it will be a good and easy way for them to access the ability to learn. So I'll get that on the tape to get that information. Yep. Minister Williams, you have the information. You can go ahead for me. Minister Clark, a question was posed by former Minister and member from Southeast St. Andrew. I'm not sure if you wanted to respond to it in relation to the taxes on computer tablets and instruments.
In a short while.
I'm getting a note to the end of the school year. 25% is the target based on the allocation of tablets done and what is to be done between now and the end of the school year.
Thank you. Announcements?
I'm sorry, just for clarity, Minister.
No,
just for clarity, for the response. Is it 25% is the target to be completed by the end? I just want it to be clear. Okay, thank you.
Announcements?
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Ministry Paper number 85 of 2020, an annual report on audited financial statements of the Management Institute of National Development, MIND, for the financial year 2019-2020. Annual report of the Jamaica Agency for Accreditation for the financial year ending March 2019. Annual report for the Micro Investment Development Agency Limited for the financial year 2019-2020. Annual reports for the National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, for the year ending March 31, 2010 and March 31, 2011. The National Infant and Young Child Feeding Policy and the National Infant and Young Child Feeding Strategic Action Plan 2019 to 2014. The Banking Services Designated Financial Services Provision for Electronic Retail Payment Services Order 2020 and its resolution, and the Banking Services Designated Financial Services Business of Buying and Selling Foreign Exchange Order 2020 and its resolution.
Reports from committees. Bills brought from the Senate. Apologies.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 11th day of December 2020, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Shipping Act was passed in the Senate with 2 amendments for which the Senate desires the concurrence of the Honorable House. Signed, Thomas Tavares Finson, OJCDQCJP, President of the Senate.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for your consent that the Senate amendment to the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Shipping Act be now considered and approved.
For the House is that the amendments for the Shipping Amendment Act 2020 brought from the Senate be now approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Those are approved.
Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the Honourable House considered and passed this important bill on November 17, 2020. Subsequently, the bill went before the Senate on December 11, 2020 and was passed with 2 amendments. The amendments made concern Section 171, subsection 3B, that speaks to liability for medical care and burial expenses. The removal of the provision was made as the section is restrictive, as it places a limit on the obligation of the ship owner to pay the medical expenses of a seafarer who has been injured or become sick during the course of his employment. Section 171(3)(b) allowed the ship owner to be discharged of his obligation after 16 weeks had passed since the date of the injury or commencement of sickness. The effect of retaining the provision would be that where a seafarer has not recovered from his or her injury or sickness within 16 weeks, or the condition has not been declared as by a medical profession to be of a permanent character during the 16-week period, the ship owner would have been relieved of his obligation to pay the medical expenses of the seafarer. As you are aware, Madam Speaker, the legislation has as its primary purpose the protection of the rights of Jamaican seafarers on Jamaican ships and all seafarers on ships operating in Jamaican waters to decent living and working conditions aboard ships. I am confident that the members of this Honourable House will support the passage of this amendment to the Shipping Amendment Bill 2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees.
No, Madam Speaker, because nobody else is wanting to contribute, I am now asked that the Senate amendment to the bill be approved.
Question before the House is that the Senate amendment, the amendments to the Shipping Amendment Act 2020 be now approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The amendments have been approved. From committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas subsection 1G of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica stipulates that the seat of a member of this Honourable House of Representatives shall become vacant if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or manager becomes a party to any contract with the Government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which is a party to any such contract. And whereas Section 41 1GI makes provision for this Honourable House to exempt a member from vacating his seat for reasons as aforesaid, if in the circumstances it appears just so to do. And whereas the Member of Parliament for Clarendon North Western is the Director of Letrack Limited, which is involved in the construction industry and which may from time to time enter into contracts with the Government of Jamaica and its affiliated agencies. And whereas the member has disclosed his interest in these entities, be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved, with reference to the resolution passed by this Honourable House on the 8th day of December 2020, appointing a select committee to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider the COVID-19 pandemic and related matters, that the name Hugh Graham be deleted and the name Anthony Hilton be substituted therefore. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice on behalf of the Prime Minister that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the National Identification and Registration Act 2020. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce on the Prime Minister's behalf the bill and have it read for a first time, to move for its second reading and to have it referred to a select committee of this House, which will sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate for consideration and report. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motions. The Banking Services, Designated Financial Services, Business of Buying and Selling Foreign Currency Order 2020 Resolution. And number 2, the Banking Services, Designated Financial Services, Provision of Electronic Retail Payment Services Order 2020 resolutions. And I'll just read both resolutions, Madam Speaker, in the order in which I have mentioned them. The Banking Services, Designated Financial Services, Provision of Electronic Retail Payment Services Order 2020. In the exercise of the power conferred upon the supervisor by Section 2, subsection 1 of the Banking Services Act, the following order is hereby made. 1. This order may be cited as the Banking Services Designated Financial Services Provision of Electronic Retail Payment Services Order 2020. 2. In this order, electronic retail payment instrument means the tools and procedures for enabling the transfer of funds from a payer to a payee, whether or not the payer and the payee are the same person, but excludes credit cards. Electronic retail payment service means the operation and management of activities relating to the use of electronic retail payment instrument including the rules, standards, and procedures governing the relationship, rights, responsibilities, and obligations of all participants in those activities. 3. The provision of electronic retail payment services is hereby designated as a financial service for the purposes of the Act, dated this 25th day of November 2020. And Madam Speaker, the banking services designated financial services business of buying and selling foreign currency order resolution 2020. Whereas under section 2 subsection 1 of the Banking Services Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, financial services includes a service designated as a financial service by the supervisor by order published in the Gazette and subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas on the 25th day of November 2020, the supervisor made the banking services designated financial services business of buying and selling foreign currency order 2020, and whereas it is desirable that the banking services designated financial services business of buying and selling foreign currency order 2020 be affirmed by resolution, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Banking Services Designated Financial Services Business of Buying and Selling Foreign Currency Order Resolution 2020. 2. The Banking Services Designated Financial Services Business of Buying and Selling Foreign Currency Order 2020 is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2020. And Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce the bill and have it read a first time, to move for its second reading and to take it through all its concluding stages. And Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Customs Act 2020.
Questions and answers to questions? Motions?
Madam Speaker, there are some questions standing in my name which were due to be answered last week. Could the leader of government business indicate when they're going to be answered? I just need a date.
Before you respond, it's now 5:32, and we have to seek the permission of the House to question before the House is that.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for suspension of the standing orders to allow for questions to be answered after the time of 5:30.
The question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to allow us to have questions answered at 5:33 and forward. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, yes. The member quite correctly asked, and the Prime Minister has indicated that he will have full answers for you at the first meeting of the House. Well, he does have the answers, but it's being arranged for the first session immediately as we resume.
For leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Minister Clark. You're not taking the independent. You're not taking public business.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, with regards to the approval of the change in the membership of the Joint Select Committee to replace Mr. Mr. Hugh Graham with Mr. Anthony Hilton. May it please you, Madam.
Madam Speaker, finally, the House Leader said a joint select committee. Is it a joint or is it a select committee?
A joint. It should be a joint select committee, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, did I say joint select? I apologize, Madam Speaker. It is a select committee of the House, not a joint select committee.
Thank you, Member. The question before the House is that the motion, notice of which was given earlier, to instead remove the name Hugh Graham, be deleted, and Anthony Hilton be substituted, therefore be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce a bill shortly entitled the National Identification and Registration Act 2020, to have it read for a first time, to move for and take second reading of the bill, and to have it referred to a select committee of this House, which will sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate for the consideration and report.
The question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to introduce a bill shortly entitled the National Identification and Registration Act 2020, to have it read a first time, to move for and take second reading of the bill, and have it referred to a select committee to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate for consideration and report. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill shortly entitled the National Identification and Registration Act 2020, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice for the second reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill entitled an act to provide for national identification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You may recall that in September of this year, at the first sitting of the newly elected government, I had indicated to this House my intention to introduce legislation addressing national identification. Today, I table a bill shortly entitled the National Identification and Registration Act 2020. Madam Speaker, the bill makes provision for a voluntary and secure national identification system for Jamaica, which has the utmost potential to positively transform the efficacy and transparency of interactions between the state and the citizen and residents, with significant additional positive effects for private businesses. The bill will serve as the legal basis for the establishment of a robust, efficient and effective national identification system underpinned by a legal and regulatory framework that supports safe, secure and reliable verification of identity, information for citizens of Jamaica and persons ordinarily resident in Jamaica. It will allow for the strengthening of identity security, reduction of identity fraud, and the simplification of bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, subsequent to the Supreme Court ruling dated April 20, 2019 on the National Identification and Registration Act 2017, the government has taken steps to revise the National Identification and Registration Policy of 2016 and develop a new bill in compliance with the Supreme Court ruling. The policy now provides for one, a voluntary national identification system that will provide secure, reliable, and convenient means of identification for citizens and persons ordinarily resident in Jamaica. The administrative structure and the powers and functions that are necessary for the establishment and maintenance of a national identification system. 3, a robust and coherent legislative framework to treat with the collection, processing, storage, retention, usage, and protection of personal data. 4, the protocols, procedures, and systems for identity verification, monitoring, and compliance. And 5, an independent oversight body. It should be noted, Madam Speaker, that the following principles guided the revision of the policy, which was instructive in the creation of this bill. 1, participation of eligible persons in the national identification system will be voluntary. Only biographic and biometric data that is absolutely necessary to ensure the efficacy of the process will be taken, having regard to the need to establish a secure identification system for individuals to use in the conduct of their daily lives and transactions. Identity information is the property of the individual concerned, and their informed consent is required for it to be collected, stored, and used by anyone. The identity information which any individual provides voluntarily must be accorded the strictest level of security, and the establishment of secure and accurate identity information databases must inure to the benefit of everyone, and accordingly, reasonable provisions must be made to restrict unauthorized access by third parties. Madam Speaker, I am tabling the bill and referring it to a joint select committee of Parliament for detailed review, as I had committed before. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to emphasize that this bill seeks to improve the efficiency in establishing and verifying identity, thereby improving business processes and service delivery and enhancing the government's ability to implement a coherent e-government strategy and to support national security. In other words, Madam Speaker, this bill will improve government's ability to serve its citizens. Its promulgation will contribute to the achievement of our shared Vision 2030 goals, including adequate social protection, security and safety, effective governance, and an enabling business environment. Technology-enabled society, and improved national competitiveness. Most importantly, the bill is indicative of this administration's responsiveness in ensuring that the rule of law is observed and that the rights of the people are protected. The bill, Madam Speaker, reflects this administration's commitment to make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the persons who worked on this bill and in developing the policy. The NIDS Secretariat at the OPM, the Attorney General's Office, the Ministry of Justice, and indeed, in a strange way, the opposition as well, because the truth is that in our democracy, we don't always agree with everything that is said. But in the debate that ensued and the ruling of the courts, our knowledge and understanding as a people is deepened. We benefited, I benefited from it, and it made us think deeper in crafting a policy that would be in keeping with the parameters of our Constitution and how we see ourselves as a democracy. And I believe we have come up with a policy that will achieve the objective, because the objective, I believe, in the original debate was probably not well understood, maybe not well communicated, and probably misconstrued. The objective is to be able to serve the people of Jamaica. To serve the people of Jamaica with efficient, effective, timely public service, whether it is the delivery and distribution of welfare benefits, whether it is to ensure speed of transactions, whether it is to ensure that identity can be verified and protected, but to do it in such a way that the privacy, which is a very important part of our Constitution, is assured and maintained. That the ability to participate or not to participate, that is preserved. And I believe we now have legislation before us informed by a policy that went through a very robust process of interrogation and analysis and debate. And I want to therefore thank all the members of civil society who have contributed, who have added their voice to the debate. And I believe we are now at a stage where the Parliament can do the final review through the Joint Select Committee, and I'm hopeful that shortly thereafter the full House will be able to pass this bill. So, Madam Speaker, may it please you.
The question before the House.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to respond to the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, the history of the NIDS legislation is one which I think is worth looking into, because it was a lesson in how not to proceed with making new and innovative laws. The first iteration of the National Identification and Registration Act, I think it was 2018 that bill was tabled. It was a much more substantial piece of legislation than this. This is now 38 clauses plus some schedules. That was a much more expansive piece of legislation. In the House, it was subject to, when debated, it was subject to several amendments, and we, on the opposition side, called for it to be referred to a Joint Select Committee because it sought to make mandatory the provision of biometric information in order to come within the NIDS system, and there could be a denial of public services if one refused to do so. When it went to the Senate, it was further subject to a huge litany of amendments. And when it returned to the House, we reiterated the call for it to be put before a Joint Select Committee because the legislation was obviously defective in a very serious way. That call was not heeded, and the opposition left the chamber, and the government proceeded to pass the bill. It was after that what could only be regarded as a complete, I think, abandonment of a proper approach to the government of the country. At that time, that we were forced to take this matter to court in the name of Julian Robinson. And that resulted in a judgment of the court which struck down the entire legislation as unconstitutional. That is not something that has happened very often in the history of Jamaica. The government has essentially had to wheel and come again, and I'm glad on this occasion that they have learned the foolhardiness of the approach that was taken before, and will be referring this to a joint select committee on this occasion. We hope that the legislation, which has just been tabled, will be compliant with what the courts have ruled are the rights of the Jamaican citizens under the Constitution, and we will participate at the Joint Select Committee accordingly to ensure that it is so. We have always supported, from decades ago, the need for a national identification system. What we objected to was one that trod on the rights of the Jamaican people in a way that was overbearing and unjustifiable. And the court indeed ruled that that was the case in respect to the first go-round of this legislation. So, Prime Minister, I'm glad that you are sending this to a joint select committee on this occasion. It is obviously the wise thing to do, and we will participate in that process fulsomely in the best interests of the people of Jamaica. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm not proposing to debate the matters associated with the bill or the bill itself at this stage. There will be other opportunities to ensure that the appropriate narrative around the bill, in fact, the correct narrative around the bill, is presented, except to say that the government did not proceed without consulting with and having dialogue with the opposition. Yes, and you will recall that the bill passed the lower house without much review difference. It was approved in the lower house. When it reached to the Senate, there was significant amendments which were raised. So the point to be noted, just so that what the Leader of the Opposition says does not form the entirety of the record, is that the government did not proceed without having discussions with the opposition. And I do recall having a meeting with the then Leader of the Opposition and his team, which would then include the member from South East St. Andrew, at OPM, when we had a discussion on the NIDS bill. On the legislation. But, Madam Speaker, as I'm saying, I'm not proposing to have that debate just now. There will be time sufficient. So, Madam Speaker, you want to know those, Mr. Okay, sure.
So, Madam Speaker, before the bill can be referred to the Joint Select Committee, as indicated previously, it must be read a second time. I therefore move that the bill entitled an Act to provide for the National Identification and Registration Authority, for the National Identification System, and for connected matters be now read a second time.
The question before the House is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for a National Identification and Registration Authority, for a National Identification System, and for connected matters, read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I now move, be it resolved that this Honourable House appoint a select committee comprising the following members: the Honorable Delroy Chuck, Chairman; the Honorable Favour Williams; Mrs. Marlene Mallahu Fort, Attorney General; Honorable Marsha Smith; Honorable Robert Morgan; Mr. Dwight Siblis; Mr. Julian Robinson; Mr. Hugh Graham; and Mr. Lothan Cousins, to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider and report on a bill entitled An Act to Provide for a National Identification and Registration Authority for a National Identification System and for Connected Matters.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam, oops, okay.
Madam Speaker, may I just first ask the members who have just been named if we could sit on Friday?
It is a very important bill, and we certainly would like to use the next 2 months profitably, and hopefully we can debate and have the bill passed during this fiscal year. I hope this is convenient to all the members.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion with regards to the exemption of Mr. Philip Henriquez, notice of which I gave earlier.
Was given earlier be now approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
The question is that the notice of the motion given earlier be now approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
So, Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders. This is with respect to the resolutions that I gave notice of earlier, to enable me to take those motions, notice of which I gave earlier. The notice is referring in this case to the resolutions.
The question is that the motions, notice of which was given earlier in relation to the resolutions, be now approved. Those in favour? Those against?
Madam Speaker.
Not approved.
I was hoping that the minister would have given some context. Okay. I thought he said it would be approved.
We take for the motions to be taken. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present for affirmative resolution by this Honourable House ministerial orders to designate the services provided by cambios and electronic retail payment providers as financial services under the Banking Services Act, as allowed in the interpretation section 2, subsection 1, namely, the banking services, designated financial services, business of buying and selling foreign currency order, Resolution 2020, and 2, the banking services, designated financial services, provision of electronic retail payment services order, Resolution 2020. Madam Speaker, based on the interrelated nature of the orders, I seek your permission to present on and take both simultaneously. Madam Speaker, one of the objectives of presenting these orders for affirmative resolution is to synchronize the definition of financial services in the Banking Services Act, which I'll call the BSA, with the activities listed in the definition of financial institutions in the international standards on combating money laundering and financing of terrorism and proliferation. So it's harmonizing our domestic legislation with the international AML framework. The Financial Action Task Force includes in its definition of financial institutions any natural or legal person who conducts as a business services related to trading in foreign exchange and issuing and managing means of payment. Madam Speaker, Section 2 of the Act defines a financial institution as a person who undertakes or engages in financial services. However, the definition of financial services does not include the service of buying or selling foreign currency or the issue of payment products for providing payment services. Given the objectives of the supervisory framework under the Act, which includes establishing a comprehensive regime for consolidated supervision of financial groups, which includes deposit-taking institutions, and given as well the requirement in the international standards for financial groups to be subject to appropriate anti-money laundering and countering of the financing of terrorism risk controls, Madam Speaker, expanding the definition as recommended would address the possible consequences of these omissions. It would also place beyond doubt the BOJ's ability to meet, the BOJ being the supervisor, to meet the attendant requirements of effective regulatory cooperation in relation to these services. Consequently, the BOJ, or supervisor, seeks to expand the definition of financial services under the Banking Services Act to include the buying and selling of foreign currency and engaging in electronic retail payment services in order to bring that definition more in line with international standards under the AML, CFT, and the Proliferation of Financing Framework. Now, Madam Speaker, members will probably recall that the amendment to the Banking Services Act in 2015 gave this authority to the supervisor to designate particular activities as activities that met the definition of financial services. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Central Bank is currently engaged in a project to prepare policy proposals to strengthen the legislative and regulatory framework for the regulation of payment services to provide the enabling environment for the delivery of such services to Jamaicans. The designation of payment services as financial services will therefore complement the Bank of Jamaica's effort at improving financial services under the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. As such, Madam Speaker, the enclosed orders seek to designate the services offered by cambiers and electronic retail payment providers as financial services under the Banking Services Act. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 2, subsection 1 of the Act, in the definition of financial service, the supervisor, as I mentioned earlier, is empowered to, at paragraph N, to designate any service as a financial service by order published in the Gazette, subject to affirmative resolution, which is moved by the Minister. I will now do a clause-by-clause presentation of the orders, starting with the Banking Services Designated Financial Services Provision of Electronic Retail Payment Services Order 2020. Clause 1 cites the name of the order. Clause 2 is the interpretation clause, and it contains the definition of important terms such as electronic retail payment instrument and electronic retail payment service. And Clause 3 designates the provision of electronic retail payment service as a financial service. The second order, the Banking Services Designated Financial Services Business of Buying and Selling Foreign Currency Order 2020, Clause 1 cites the name of the order, and Clause 2 designates the buying and selling of foreign currency or foreign currency instruments as a financial service. In concluding, Madam Speaker, the designation of the provision of electronic retail payment services and the business of buying and selling foreign currency as financial services will fulfill the objectives of 1. Delivering regulated financial services to Jamaicans, 2, improving financial access under the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, and 3, very importantly, complying with the recommendations from the CFATF, that's the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, Mutual Evaluation Report on Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I ask that this Honourable House affirms the Banking Services Designated Financial Services Business of Buying and Selling Foreign Currency Order Resolution 2020 and the Banking Services Designated Financial Services Provision of Electronic Retail Payment Services Order Resolution 2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, when these orders were tabled, I was a little perplexed by them initially because buying and selling of foreign currency in Jamaica has been a regulated activity from liberalization in 1992. Authorized dealers, which are banks largely, are fully regulated entities, initially under the Banking Act, now under the Banking Services Act. Building societies, or at least two of which were treated as authorized dealers, were regulated as well by the Bank of Jamaica, by various legislative means that were enacted in the past. And now everything, all deposit-taking institutions fall under one statute, the Banking Services Act. So, and then the cambios, which were the other persons licensed to trade in currency, were regulated as well by the Bank of Jamaica under the Bank of Jamaica Act and the licensing regime that existed for cambios. So I wasn't quite sure why we were seeking to designate that as a financial service, because we already had a regulatory system for it. Similarly, for payment systems, that is also something that is regulated by statute. So I'm glad the Minister has clarified, and essentially I think the primary reason for this is because it's perceived as a gap in our overall system of anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist financing, and weapons of mass destruction. The CFATF reviews that we have probably identified this as an area where, because it's not fully regulated as a financial service, it doesn't benefit from consolidated supervision, which is a hallmark of a fulsome regulatory system. So the mechanism of that paragraph in Section 2.1, which enables the supervisor, subject to affirmative resolution, to designate any form of activity as a financial service, is being invoked to plug that gap, so to speak. The Minister has mentioned how it will also assist in other things, financial inclusion and so on. That remains to be seen. But I think the primary reason for this is the pressure that we're under to try and get our house in order nationally in terms of the fight against money laundering and terrorism financing. And that is something that the opposition fully supports. So we support this initiative.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for his comments. Right, so the Banking Services Act in 2014, it lists for about 14 things as constituting financial services, and the ones mentioned today, foreign currency trading is not among them. Neither is electronic retail payments. And as I mentioned, and as paraphrased by the member, the Jamaica's commitments under the international AML framework require this to be coming under the supervisory ambit of the central bank in their responsibility as a consolidated financial supervisor in order for us to meet. So, it's a very good thing, or else it would be a harder thing to do. Yeah. So I'll give that to you, the 2014 amendment. I'll give that to you. That the fact that the supervisor can just designate something as a financial service, but it comes here. But it caused some consternation a little bit because it came under the supervisor's signature. But it's the minister who is carrying it. And, supervisor can't do that. But we had to have lots of discussions to have everybody comfortable that everything was kosher. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, I just, in closing that debate, ask that both resolutions be approved. Or the motion be approved, rather.
Before the House is that both motions be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I have two things in public business. One is to conclude the FAA amendment bill, which, and the second is on the income tax amendment. With respect to the FAA amendment bill, Madam Speaker, to concluding the debate, which we had last week, and ask that the bill be read a second time so we can move into committee and a clause by clause of the bill.
The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Further Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister, how many? All right, are we ready?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I now put clause 1. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 2. Those in favor? Those against?
No. Amendment to that clause, Madam Speaker.
Which clause are we referring? Clause 2?
Clause 2. And the amendment, and thank Member Golden for his contribution last week, and I concur that the clause should read as follows. And I will, I'll write it, that the clause would read, there shall be a recalibration every 3 years, and where a period occurs during which compliance with 48C, 1A, and B is suspended in accordance with Section 48C2, then recalibration shall take place at the end of the applicable period referred to in subsection 1, subsection F.
Madam Chair, that is aligned with the point I was making last week, and I thank the Minister for going into it with his technical team. One question I was going to ask, what about fixing the definition of recalibration for the date that was hardwired as...
And we had discussed that one last and agreed to it as well. So
that wasn't drafted?
But the correction, the suggestion that we discussed last week was to simply say that...
Right, but it's just the drafting of it. Somebody should have been drafted. I mean, it needs to say that, that in Section 48A1, the definition of recalibration is amended by deleting the words March 31, 2026 and substituting, therefore, something else. And this is what that something else is.
I think the safest thing to do is to say March 31st, 2028. I know there's a more sophisticated way of doing it, but under the circumstances.
Yeah. So the question is, where will that be in this bill?
We'd put a new clause 3.
You're going to add it as a clause 3?
Yes.
All right. It's just, it should really probably come before clause 2. It should probably, because it's earlier in the, you mean, so we could probably renumber clause 2 as clause 3 and insert a new clause 2 to amend the definition of recalibration in Section 48A, subsection 1, by deleting the words March 31, 2026 and substituting, therefore, the words March 31, 2028.
Yeah, I have no problem with that approach. But let's just do it.
But they, is count
No,
they're
this-
here? I can't see who's here.
Can you hold a second? Can hold a second. So, Madam Chairwoman, the CPC had actually circulated the amendment sheet for the 2026 amendment. I had thought it was blank paper you were giving me, and I was writing on the back. And it had to insert after clause 2 the following clause: section 48A of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1, subsection B, by deleting the words March 31st, 2026, and substituting, therefore, the words the date specified in section 48C 1B, which is the form.
An amendment to what? Clause 2? Where's that?
The thing I would say on that, though, I don't think it's paragraph B. It's 48A1, but that is not that's not divided into paragraphs. The definition of contingent liability, which is the first definition in that section, subsection, has an A and a B, but the rest of the definitions are all just in subsection 1. So I don't think it should make reference to 48A1B. It's just 48A1. Unless I misheard what you read. I have it if you want. Yeah. So it's 48A1, and there's this is A and B here, in the definition of contingent liability, but all the other definitions flow. Right, so 48A1.
Yeah, so Madam Speaker, if there are two amendments, and I must, for ease, going to make it come in clause 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the two amendments is to insert after clause 2 the following clause: section 48A of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1 by deleting the words March 31st, 2026, and substituting, therefore, the words the date specified in section 48C 1B. Yes, that's a new clause 3.
We don't want. You don't want to say in the definition of recalculation, because you'd have to go hunting through subsection 1, which is like 4 pages long, to find that reference.
You mean put in the definition of
recalibration?
Recalibration.
Yeah.
Such and such is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So before at the very very beginning.
Really?
In the definition of recalibration, section 48A.
No, I would say in section 48A. In subsection 1, in the definition of recalibration, or the definition of recalibration is amended.
Subsection 48A of the Principal Act is amended in
subsection 1.
Subsection 1.
And go on, read what it says.
By deleting the words March 31st, 2026.
In the definition of recalibration.
In the definition of recalibration.
In quotes, yeah.
Yeah.
and substituting therefore, etc. Yeah.
All right, so let's go with this is one of the two amendments, and it's amending, it is inserting a clause 3 after clause 2 to read as follows. Section 48A of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1 by deleting the words March 31st, 2026 in the definition of recalibration, and do we put in the definition of recalibration in quotes, and substituting therefore the words in quotes the date specified in section 48C 1B. And the second of the two amendments is to amend clause
4 now?
No, this is to amend clause 2. Yeah, that's why I said 1 of 2. We dealt with the clause 3.1 first. We're going to the clause 2.1.
So we have clause 3.1, which is the amendment in relation to calibration.
Yeah, no, Madam Chair, there is only, the bill originally had 2 clauses, 1 and 2. We've just added a clause 3, which dealt with the amendment to the definition of recalibration. He's going back to clause 2 now because there's an amendment to clause 2.
Okay, so the clause 2 would read, there shall be a recalibration.
This is in paragraph D, though, right?
Is it? Yes.
I think you should say that.
Yes.
So, yeah, because clause 2 has 4 paragraphs, and we're really dealing with an amendment to paragraph D. And it would read, by deleting subsection 2 and substituting therefore the following, and this is where the amendment is really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, can you, I'm just going to go really slowly. By deleting subsection 2 and inserting and substituting therefore the following. There shall be a, yes, yeah. No, say it into the record. Yes, open quotes and put it 2. There shall be a recalibration every 3 years, and where a period occurs during which compliance with section 48, capital C, 1 in brackets, A in brackets, and B in brackets, is suspended in accordance with section 48, capital C, 2 in brackets, then recalibration shall take place at the end of the applicable period referred to in section 1 in brackets, F in brackets. In subsection, I said section? Sorry, subsection 1F. Subsection 1F. Yes, I should put it, yeah, there's a comma after 3 years, and there's a comma after 48C2. Yeah. So that's a over. Can I read it again? Just, okay. By deleting subsection 2 and substituting therefore in section 48 CA2 the following, open quotes, there shall be a recalibration every 3 years, comma, and where a period occurs during which compliance with section, during which a compliance with Section 48, capital C, open brackets 1, close brackets, open brackets A, close brackets, and open brackets B, close brackets, is suspended in accordance with Section 48, capital C, open brackets 2, close brackets, comma, then recalibration shall take place at the end of each applicable period referred to in
just of
I mean,
the.
not each, sorry.
Of
at
the.
the end of
the,
sorry.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the applicable period referred to in subsection 1, open brackets 1, close brackets, open brackets F, close brackets.
Yeah. I have no problem with that. That addresses the concern I raised last week, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, it's asked that the amendments be put.
We have an amendment now, so we had
Two.
I put to you clause 2 as amended. Those in favor, those against? And I now put clause 3 to you. Am I correct? It's clause.
Yes.
You said those in favor, those against, and that said aye. I'm not sure which one. I'm not sure whether you're voting in favor or against.
Three. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member.
I now put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. That's it. Members, the question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 2 amendments. Those in favor? Those against?
No, Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
A bill entitled An Act to Further Amend the Financial Administration and Audit Act read a third time and passed.
Minister Clark, is that it?
That's it. Thank you.
Nothing
Oh,
else?
no, sorry.
We're okay.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I now want to turn my attention to the income tax amendment bill, and I'm looking for my. And Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2020, to have it read a first time, to move for and take second reading of the bill, and to take it through all its concluding stages.
The question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to introduce a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2020, to have it read a first time, to move for and take a second reading of the bill and take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Speaker, this is a brief bill, and a bill that makes permanent the medium, the micro, small,
A bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2020 read a first time.
Yes.
So, Madam Speaker, I rise to just open the debate on the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act. And this bill seeks to give permanence or to make effective the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises income tax credit, which we introduced in the budget debate of this year. Madam Speaker, I apologize in advance for a bill being tabled now and being proposed to be taken through all its stages. It is a brief bill with only 3 clauses. With the passage, with the general election, though it be a same administration, all things that were in the chain had to be redone. And you will know that we have the Revenue Administration Act, which was tabled in June, had to go back through the process and be retabled and then taken. The BOJ Act, which had just come from a Joint Select Committee, had to go through the process and be retabled. The Independent Fiscal Commission Act also, prior to the election, was ready to be tabled. It had to go through a process. And of course, we had to introduce the FAA Amendment Act and the NHT Amendment Act, both of which we have passed. As a result of that, the bottleneck, and that was multiplied across ministries, it meant that this bill, which was ready to be tabled prior to the election, had to go through those processes as well, and brings us to today. But if it's not passed this year, if it's not enacted this year, it means that the tax credit for the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises would not be applicable for the year 2020. And we do not want that to be the case. And so I beg for the forbearance. Madam Speaker, the provision of the tax credit of $375,000 to every micro, small, and medium-sized business that filed taxes is a part of a suite of measures which included the abolishment of the asset tax for non-financial businesses, the abolishment of the minimum business tax, and an increase in the GCT threshold from 3 million to 10 million, implemented over the past 2 years, geared towards, by removing these kinds of transaction taxes, stimulating the growth and encouraging the formalization of our MSME sector. And Madam Speaker, it could be a coincidence, but I don't think it's a coincidence that in the middle of the pandemic, Jamaica is on track to having the most number of companies registered in our history. So in the middle of a pandemic where economic activity is contracting, we are seeing company registration at a level higher than we've ever had before. Huh? So we're seeing MSMEs. Well, we're seeing businesses register at a rate that we haven't seen before. And part of the reason definitely is that there are more incentives to being registered. Madam Speaker, and this just being one, of course we had the business grant under the CARE program, which probably played a role as well. Madam Speaker, as every member of this Honourable House knows, MSMEs are integral to Jamaica's economic activity and growth, and we expect that the passing and effecting of this legislation will further stimulate investments and catalyse job creation and increase staff retention. Now more than ever, Madam Speaker, the people of Jamaica, whether economic realities brought on by the pandemic, the government continues to work to ensure that any assistance and stimulus which is provided is done in an expeditious manner. What this bill provides for, Madam Speaker, is that you're starting out in business, you just start a micro business, you don't have to worry about being liable for income tax until your income from that business passes a particular threshold of $1.5 million. And you'll be surprised to know, Madam Speaker, that there are thousands of businesses each year that file with net profit being less than 1.5 million. The last time we looked at it, there are at least 10,000 firms. So those firms now focus on growing your business, focus on getting a product out and your innovation. And when you begin to make profits that are above the threshold, then you become liable for income tax. And we're very pleased that this will be a reality once we approve it here today. So, Madam Speaker, even though this is a relatively short bill, I'll do it clause by clause. And there is an amendment I'm going to move in the committee stage that I'll briefly describe. Clause 1 cites the name of the order and indicates that it shall come into operation on the first day of January 2020. Clause 2, which has 6 parts, seeks to integrate the tax credit for MSME businesses into the domestic legislation by inserting a new 32B. Clause 2.1 indicates the terms of the tax credit. Clause 2.2 details the entitlement through assessment of a body corporate. Clause 2.3 contains a list of entities which are not entitled to claim the benefit, building societies, entities already benefiting from urban renewal or under the Special Economic Zone Authority, entities benefiting under the Bauxite and Alumina Industrial Encouragement Act. Those are acts that already have the provision that corporate income tax is not applicable, and other persons under the 7th Schedule of the Income Tax Act. I'll respond. Yeah. Clause 2.5, Madam Speaker, is Clause 2.4 helps with the administration of the tax credit, and this is a tax credit, so you have to file and then you get the credit, right? So it's increasing formalization. You do your part, the government does its part. Madam Speaker, in Clause 5, we're going to move an amendment in the committee stage in 5B after the second comma, where it says, then such deferred or transferred income shall be deemed to be the revenue of the body corporate in the year of transfer or deferral. That should be moved to the margin, because it refers to both A and B, and saying in both cases, then the revenue shall be adjusted in that way. And then in that last line, just to keep it consistent with the language, we would say in the year of deferral or transfer, just to keep it consistent. Deferred comes before the transfer. We'll talk about that in committee stage. Madam Speaker, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons explains the purpose of the bill and provides an overview of the necessity and scope of the bill. No, I'd mentioned 6 earlier to say that it deals with the rules to help facilitate administration of the credit. 2.6. So it says if you're entitled to claim the employment tax credit, then you first apply the employment tax credit and then you apply the MSME tax credit, i.e., so your profit, so it's an added incentive. Your profit might be 2.5 million, But when you take account for the persons you have as employees and you deduct the statutory payments that you make on their behalf, that might bring your profit below the 1.5, at the 1.5 threshold or below, in which case you get a further benefit to say the MSME tax credit kicks in and there's no income tax liability for that year. So, Madam Speaker, what we're seeking to do, every economy depends on the vibrancy of its micro and small enterprises in order to grow and to flourish. And we need in Jamaica to have young people feel as if an entrepreneurial career with a small business is one that is open to them. We, certainly prior to the pandemic, there was a burst of activity among micro and small businesses, and we want to give them every encouragement to grow. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I commend the Income Tax Amendment Act 2020 to this Honourable House for approval, and I thank you in advance for the accommodation that you have and are granting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just two brief comments. The Minister provided a copy late last night. We understand the need to pass it in this calendar year. Would have preferred if it was earlier, but we're not going to stand in the way of the businesses benefiting from the tax credit. 2 points. One, and again, not opposing what you're proposing, but I believe in the future you should look at providing tax credits on the basis of some form of innovation that a business undertakes. We're going through COVID. It's been challenging. Many businesses have had to redo their business models to be more digital, to interact with customers. Provide an incentive for those businesses that have actually undertaken that process. We have seen businesses that are still doing very well because they either have the capacity financially or the managerial capacity, but the smaller businesses are less so enabled. And I think going forward, we should provide, and I know the fiscal challenges, but provide an incentive for companies that take the leap, whether it is the use of technology or other things to innovate so that they can be cutting edge. The other thing I wondered about, the 500 million range is very broad. You know, we have micro businesses which are defined as up to 15 million. You have medium. I wondered whether there was scope for tiering the benefit, because 375 may not be attractive to a business that earns 450 million, but it certainly is attractive to a business that has a turnover of 5 million. And whether tiering the benefit based on the definition of micro, small, and medium would be more beneficial to those companies.
Madam Speaker, I wish to echo the sentiments that, generally speaking, we don't like to have bills presented, tabled, and debated on the same day. It's not what the standing orders contemplate, and it doesn't tend to make for good legislation either, because one doesn't really have a chance to analyze it properly. But given the exigencies that the Minister has outlined and the fact that he wants this to pass in the current year of assessment, we are not opposing dealing with it in that way. Madam Speaker, one effect of this is actually to achieve parity amongst economic actors, regardless of whether they incorporate or not. So an individual who's trading gets the benefit of the first $1.5 million of their income as being exempt from tax. It is below the tax threshold. It's not taxable. This isn't doing that in the same way, but it has a similar economic effect, because by giving a tax credit of $375,000, that is actually at the 25% corporate tax rate, or not corporate tax, well, corporate tax rate, which is the same as the tax rate for individuals, that corresponds to taxable income of $1.5 million. So essentially, it's treating the body corporate that has total sales of up to $500 million gets the same initial exemption of the first $1.5 million of income, except in this case it's not an exemption. They're liable to tax on it, but they get a credit for $375, which effectively pays the tax for them. That's what the credit effectively does. So, but in order to get that benefit, they have to file. Because if they don't file, they can't claim the credit. On the other hand, if they don't file, they're not probably paying any tax anyway. So I'm not sure that it really provides a great incentive, but it is a different approach to what applies to individuals. But as I've said, the economic impact of it is essential to say to an economic actor from a tax perspective in relation to income tax. Whether you choose to form a company or you trade as a sole proprietor, as an individual, it's not going to make any difference from an income tax perspective. And I think that's a good thing. I'd ask the Minister what paragraph E of subsection 3 is dealing with. Any person who's entitled to benefit from the incentives in the 7th schedule of the Income Tax Act. We haven't had a chance to look at that, and I'd be interested to know what that category is. And I don't know if anybody can provide that answer for us. I had picked up the need for the amendment in 5B because the closing words apply to both A and B, which are the words after the comma where it says year of assessment. In terms of subsection 6, I'm really not sure actually what is achieved or what is behind the decision to apply the corporate tax credit first before the employment tax credit is applied. One thing that's noticeable is that the corporate tax credit cannot be carried forward. So if you don't utilize it in the year in which it's earned, you lose it. I don't think that's true of the employment tax credit. I think you can carry that forward. So it may be to do with that, why they want to make it clear which one is to be applied first. Anyway, Madam Speaker, we support the bill, and we also have facilitated without demur it's being tabled and passed on the same day. I don't know, in terms of the Senate, Minister, you may want to speak to them directly on that. Yeah.
Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, thank you for the opposition leader used the phrase demure. I like your definition of demure. Very skillful demurring, but thank you nonetheless. With respect to the questions or the suggestion from the opposition spokesperson, you'd be pleased to know that in the deliberations of the COVID Economic Recovery Task Force, some of those very proposals were made, and about having credits for innovation or for R&D or for putting digital windows on small businesses and so on. And those are things that we are willing to look at. This is a step in the direction of using tax credits as a tool. And given the problems that Jamaica has been on or in for a very long time, you haven't seen tax credits being used as tools in Jamaica. In fact, just to think of, you had the employment tax credit, but before that, not many examples. So hopefully, as long as things improve from here on, we can look at some of those suggestions. And the recommendation is in the COVID Economic Recovery Task Force, and we're sort of obligated to take those recommendations seriously. With respect to tiering the credit, similar response. We walk before we crawl, crawl before we run. The idea is to give Philip, or to give support to the starting of new businesses. We want more new businesses to form and to start, and existing micro businesses to formalize. That's where we are probably lagging, and that's where this particular legislation is focused. And hence, I agree with you that the $375,000, if someone is if you use normal profit margins at, a $500 million business may not find this. But again, when we want to be consistent in our definitions, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce is the ministry that maintains the threshold levels for what constitutes an MSME. And to just make legislation in the country consistent, we just use their definition. That's the idea. So even some of the grants that we have given under the CARE program, we just use the standard definition so that we have some degree of compatibility in policy and legislation. The opposition leader is, I'd have mentioned it in my remarks, the cuff remarks, that the legislation achieves parity with persons who operate as a sole trader and put the income in their own name. And if you put all of them together, the removing of the asset tax for non-financial business and the minimum business tax, and you put this, what we're trying to do is to provide or to remove the hurdles that can be identified, certainly on the fiscal front, the hurdles in other areas, but hurdles on the fiscal front that prevent the formation of business or provide some kind of a mental barrier. And you'd be surprised to know, because, now been out of school for, in your case, Tony, 40 years, and you'd be surprised to know how these things affect people on the ground. And I think you'd have seen the response from young people when we remove those. They're real impediments. Yeah? And so there's this knowledge that you don't have to pay. If I register as a company, I have to worry about income tax right now. All right, let me go on with it. All right, and the decision is between staying in the informal economy or going as a sole trader and formalizing becomes a little more skewed towards formalization, and the society benefits from that. And we want to identify more and more of these impediments and address them as time goes on. The seventh schedule that's referred to in clause 2.5 or 2.4, the seventh schedule of the Income Tax Act treats with the benefits for companies under the stock market, on the junior stock exchange. So we're saying if you are on the junior stock exchange, then you don't really need this, and so we're making it abundantly clear.
We could have put junior stock exchange.
We could have put junior stock exchange. Yes, you would have made it. So I'm all for making legislation. It doesn't normally come from the people in the legal fraternity, so it's interesting and good to hear you mention that. But I'm all for legislation that ordinary people, lay people like me, can read easily. So yes, we could have probably defined it in a way that made it easier to understand. Yeah, but Madam Speaker, we put with that, close debate on the bill and ask that it be read a second time.
Thank you, Minister. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Members, I put clause 1. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2. Those in favour?
Madam Chair, there's a proposing an amendment to clause 2, and that is in clause 2, subsection 5, subsection B, that the phrase beginning after the second comma in that paragraph and beginning with the word then such deferred, that section be moved into the margin. That's
brought back to the margin.
Brought back to the margin.
As closing words for A and B.
As the closing words for A and B, technical way of saying it, and that the words at the end of that paragraph transfer and the word deferral, that we reverse those words, that it would read, then such deferred or transferred income shall be deemed to be the revenue of the body corporate in the year of deferral or transfer. It was the Attorney General, who is not here, that brought this to my attention, and I think everybody else here agrees, and just ask that that adjustment be made, that amendment be made.
Thank you, Minister. So I put clause 2 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having been passed with one amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the bill be read a third time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business for the day. But before we ask you, Madam Speaker, to entertain the motion on the adjournment, in the spirit of the season, I'd like to express on behalf of this side to my colleagues on the other side, and indeed an expression to all members and the staff of this honorable House, our own appreciation for the support and work we all have together done. Certainly we could argue for those of us who have been here in the previous iteration since January of this year, and certainly for those who have joined us since the September iteration, since this House has actually begun. We think that the Parliament of Jamaica continues to be a very central point of reference for not just legislative activity, but also for being the custodian of our democracy. And it's a very important institution that we revere, and that, never mind the cut and thrust, never mind sometimes what appears to be banter of extreme nature even, there is that deep respect and regard for each other, and more so an upholding of the tradition that is so critical to the Westminster model to begin with, but so far how we ourselves have made that model work over time. This, of course, is a very unprecedented period, Madam Speaker, in our history, as it is in the history of our Parliament. Never before have we spoken behind Pyrex shields, as some have called it. Never before have we spoken with masks or having to take off masks. And never before have we had to so configure out the chamber. That too is true. And never before have we to so configure the chamber as to achieve objectives of social distancing or physical distancing of 3 feet or more. But, Madam Speaker, in all of this, we recognize that we have to innovate, we have to pivot, we do, in fact, have to respond to changes, and in the process, we have to manage. And not just to manage, but we have to mitigate, overcome, and then thrive afterwards. So it is in that spirit of thriving afterwards, notwithstanding COVID, that we enter a festive season, one which is also going to be unusual, a season like we perhaps have never seen before. And the requirements of the pandemic for a kind of adjustment in our own habits and cultural patterns is going to be testing in itself, as it's going to be not so easy for us to say to some family members, we can't see you this Christmas, or to say to some other family members, we can only send the food to you, but we can't quite come and give you the hug that you normally get. But, Madam Speaker, in all of this, we recognize that we have a responsibility, all of us, in this pandemic, to share our portion of the risk, to manage it and manage it well, and in so doing, to enable compliance at the broadest and widest level possible, and to encourage others to comply. And I hope that this will be a Christmas that takes out of us that deeper sense of family, that deeper sense of sharing and caring for others, and respect for life and the sanctity of life, so that our own actions will inure to the improvement of our well-being, but more so, the improvement of our neighbors and our families. I want to thank again the members of the House for the support and cooperation that you've given to me as leader in this my first stint and in the first few months of my incumbency. I respect the relationship on the other side, and I welcome the new leader of the opposition and the new leader of opposition business. And together I believe we will make a great team as we break this session for Christmas, and we make a new turn in the next year to do the business of the people of this great nation, Jamaica. God bless you. Have a Merry Christmas, all of you, and indeed a Happy New Year for you and your families.
Madam Speaker, I join my colleague, the leader of government business, in the best wishes for, wishing all of us best wishes for the Christmas season. Normally we'd say Merry Christmas, but I think in the spirit of the times we'd want to say Safe Christmas. It's a very challenging period, and we recognize that for each of us, this break from here means that as members of Parliament, we have to pay attention elsewhere to make sure that our constituents enjoy something of the holiday. So, Madam Speaker, earlier we had lunch downstairs. We partake of the lunch downstairs. I want to thank the Parliament and thank you, Madam Speaker, House Leader, for making the arrangements, and to wish our colleagues, everyone in the House, staff and everyone, safe and happy Christmas.
Thank you very much. I too want to endorse, as Speaker, the sentiments made by both Leader of Opposition and Leader of Government Business, and to say for my own self, in my new stint as the Speaker, I want to thank all the members of the House for their cooperation, and in particular the members of the opposition, and the way you have been gracious in acceding to things that are necessary to allow government and the country's business to run smoothly. So I want to thank you all. I want to thank especially the members of the House, the people who work, who make the engines turn, who allow us to have all the papers after it. And I just want to say that I have a little saying, and I say it always to my constituents. Have you ever seen the good Lord? And they say no, but I say, have you ever felt his goodness? And they say yes. And so I am hoping that as much as the pandemic has brought unusual times to us, that we will be able, if not right away, to allow the members, the people who work hard and tirelessly to make this happen, feel the appreciation we speak of. I really feel strongly about that because they're there. I want to thank all our CPOs who sit up there and wait on us in the nights. I can't tell you, because they too have their families and they sit with us at long hours, and at the end of the day they have to drive home. And in this particular time, there are many places they can't stop to eat anything, and they are empty for the day. I want to thank them so much for their loyalty and all that they do for us, because without them too, many of us, I know I wouldn't be able to survive going back and forth these long hours. And I really want to say to them, thank you very much. And I want to go on to say also that I trust that we are not just going to say these words, but despite the pandemic, there will be a time for you to feel the appreciation we speak of. I want to wish us all a very peaceful and safe Christmas, and to remember, as members of Parliament, as we talk about sharing with those who are less fortunate, those in our constituencies need us, and they need us not just to say how much we thank them, but it is important at that level that they should feel our appreciation. And so I want to urge us all. And also, although we will give, I encourage you to spend a little time. I know the pandemic is here. Put on your mask. We put them on for elections, and we encourage them to come out. I'm asking us all, spend a little time, put on your mask, and to show them, say something to them. Sometimes it's not what you give, but the time and the way, a little time and an ear for them to listen to. So in all, Christmas is a time for sharing and goodwill, and I wish for us all a good Christmas, a restful Christmas, and that the new year will bring new dawns, new horizons, and a better year for us all as a people, as a country. God bless you all.
Madam Speaker, I therefore invite you to adjourn the House for a date to be fixed.
The question before us is that the House be now adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
COVID-19 is still here. Think twice before you touch the road.
Turn on your yard and feel the vibes.
Yes, enjoy, have fun, but remember, do it responsibly. Stay home, wear your mask, sanitize, keep your distance.
An important message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Big up everybody. Want to give a shout out. It's been a rough year for most. I'll say to be safe, be strong, and a Merry Christmas when it comes.
We're in a different race because of this pandemic. The race for our lives and the race to keep safe. We soon race our cars again. Let us continue to keep safe, wash our hands, use sanitizers.
I just want to let everybody know that I am well and I am ready for racing come next year. I'm ready to win. I just want to wish you all a Merry Christmas when it comes. And remember, keep safe, keep calm, protect yourself.
2020 has been a challenging year for the Jamaican people, the Jamaican economy, the Jamaican families. All you have to do is keep your heads up. People, have faith. Take your herbs. I'm all about the place. Soak in your vitamin D. Wash your hands, keep it clean, wash your face, and wear your mask.
I just want to say a few words. Keep strong, stay safe, wear your mask, and we will have racing again one day. Bless up everybody.
Hi everyone, hope you're all keeping safe and staying strong. Just want to let you know, we will be racing soon again in 2021, for sure. Continue to wear your mask and be safe during the Christmas holidays. Merry Christmas when it comes.
I just want y'all to keep strong, stay safe, wear your mask, and we will race again one day.
2020 has been an unprecedented and difficult year for us all. The JMMC is currently working with the Ministry of Sport, the Ministry of Health, and the Office of the Prime Minister to see a safe resumption of motorsport in 2021. In the meantime, stay safe, observe all the protocols, wear your mask, social distance, and we will race again soon. Merry Christmas, have a Happy New Year when it comes.
Greetings everyone, Nigel Wilmot here from Wilmot Motorsports, saying stay strong, stay safe, and we'll be racing again soon, one day, I hope.
Good morning everyone, even though it's Christmas time, I want to spend time with family and so on. Just remember, COVID is still among us, it's not over yet, so keep your distance and be safe.
Wear your mask, right? Hi guys, we're at the end of 2020. There's been very little racing this year. Everything has been on pause. I just want to take this opportunity to say to you guys, we are working on having racing resuming in 2021. But in the meantime, we want to just encourage y'all to stay safe. Wear your mask, wash your hands, sanitize, and to stay strong, keep the faith.
It's Fraser McConnell here. Doug Gore, Hollywood. Just reminding you guys to keep safe, wear a mask, socially distance yourself from people, and racing is going to be back soon.
Yeah, make sure guys, this is a very, very important. Protocols 100%, and don't worry, you'll soon see Hollywood back on the track.
And Fraz.
Demand Fraz.
Let's go.
On behalf of the GRDC, I would like to wish everyone a safe Christmas. Please remember to follow all government protocols. Keep safe, keep strong. We will race one day. Thank you.
Guys, I know you racing fans have been itching for some form of motorsport to get back up and running. Just wanted to say keep strong, keep safe, wear your mask, and we will race again one day.
COVID-19 is dangerous. So to protect yourself and everyone else around you, cover up,